exactly 8 o'clock. We are going to commence with the department. They are here before us to table their annual report. We've got with us the Minister, Honorable Minister, welcome. Honorable members, welcome. HOD and your officials, the WESCRO board chairperson and CEO and officials, welcome. Atlantic Special Economic Zone and your officials, welcome. The Freeport Saldanha Independent Development Zone, welcome. Officials from the Auditor General and from the Premier, I don't know if they are here, but you are welcome if you are here. To those who are watching the proceeding online via YouTube, welcome. With me in the house is Honorable Constable. You can just raise your hand, Honorable Constable, that they can see you. Honorable Bombo, raise your hand so that they can see you. And Honorable Brinkcase. Online, we have got Honorable Vessel. Are you present, Honorable Vessel? Honorable Vessel, are you present?
I am present, Chair.
Thank you. We've got an apology, not an apology, but a notice that Honorable Bryant will be a little bit late. Do we correct? Thank you. So, honorable members, the department is led by Minister Ivan Meyer, HOD Joanne Johnston, and DDG Dr. Toffee. The officials, I'm not going to really list the names, and as they are introduced, they will obviously, as they are requested to speak, they will introduce themselves in order that they can go on record. WESCRO is led by our chairperson, Professor Shelley Zinn. You can just put your hand up so that they can see, Prof. WESCRO CEO, Renel Stener, and the CFO, Sandiso Gwabe. Atlantic Special Economic Zone is led by Matthew Cullinan, Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Waida Saib, the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Fred Delane Brandt, the Company Secretary. Is she present? Thank you. The Freeport Saldanha Industrial Development Zone is led by Acting Chief Executive Officer, Ola Sitole. He was just hugged by the minister just now, and CFO Herman Bone-Shemps. Those are the representatives from the department and the entities. Honorable members and officials, if your name was not read on record as present in this meeting, for viewers on YouTube and at home and media to capture your inputs linked to your name, may I request that when you are called by your head of department or by your CO to please introduce yourself and also the department that you represent. For the purpose of accurate record keeping, all attendees must ensure that they complete the attendance register, which will be circulated by the committee assistant. Honorable members, on the committee's agenda today is the tabling of the annual reports of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, the Western Cape Destination Marketing, Investment and Trade Promotion Agency, WESCRO, the Freeport Saldanha Industrial Development Zone, the Atlantic Special Economic Zone for the period 1 April 2024 to 31st March 2025. And then we'll have general and also resolutions. The order of the business for today is that Minister and HOD, you will have the opportunity to make your opening remarks, and all entities, CEO and chairperson, will have the opportunity to also make their opening remarks. And honorable members, you will be given an opportunity to interrogate the tabled report by the department and the entities. So it's very important that we also just kind of outline, the program for the day, because we don't have really as much time. Our session has been scheduled until 1300 hours. The meeting is being live streamed. on YouTube. Translation services is available. The committee will deal with the department's annual report first, followed by Westgro, the Atlantis Special Economic Zone, and Freeport Saldanha Industrial Development Zone. The refreshment break is aimed at 10 o'clock. It's available at the members' lunch. Comfort breaks may be taken at any time you want to. The committee will deliberate on parts A, B, and D of the annual reports. The rest will be dealt with during the SCOPA period. At the end of today's meeting, in addition to resolutions, members are to highlight any concerns, specific findings, congratulatory remarks, or any other matter that they want to include in the committee's report. It may be best for members to keep a note of this as the meeting proceeds. Time management, honorable members, is going to be crucial in order for us to deal with this entity. There's 4 entities and the department. It is important to keep in mind that the committee has finite time to review the annual reports. As a result, the committee must adhere to allocated time and work within these constraints. If time allocation is not enough and that there are still important burning questions and points requiring further clarification that were answered, members are welcomed to formally address any outstanding queries in the committee's resolutions. Important, the committee has diligently examined the quarterly performance reports of the department and its entity for the period under review. So you have been here, Minister, with your department on a quarterly basis, answering some of the most burning questions. So I hope today is just going to really be focused on the clarity-seeking questions. So, honorable members, let's just be concise and focused when we really engage the department, allowing, obviously, the department to also, provide us with clear answers as we deliberate the performance. Proposed time allocation for each annual report is provided as follows. DDET will have 1.5 hours. So we start now 8:30. We will be concluding at 10 o'clock. Westgro will have an hour to answer their questions. And Atlantis Special Economic Zone and Freeport Saldanha Industrial Development Zone both will have 1 hour, 30 minutes, so meaning 45 minutes each. And committee resolution is 50 minutes. If the committee does not use the full time allocated for a particular annual report, we will simply move on to the next and adhere to the timeline allocated. If the allocated time for a specific report is not enough, we will continue to adhere to the time that has been allocated. Should there be remaining time after all the annual reports have been discussed, we can return to any report where the committee ran out of time. If all of the time has been utilized, then the outstanding matters will formally be included in the resolutions. Members are reminded to keep their questions concise and directly relevant to the matters under discussions. This will help the committee manage time effectively and ensure that all members have the opportunity to engage meaningfully with the department and its entities. The department and entities are reminded to keep their response concise and focused. Where possible, response should speak directly to the questions asked and avoid lengthy background explanations. This will help the committee to manage time effectively and ensure that members receive clear and relevant answers to support the committee's oversight work. The implication of not concluding the discussion within time allocated is that additional meeting will need to be scheduled. Given the time limit or the available slots limit on the parliamentary program, this may only be possible after SCOPA meeting later this evening, if members want to come back. As members, I know they will be tired. It is unlikely that this option will be the preferred one. So, honorable members, we are going to give now the opportunity to Minister to table his report and make opening remarks, and the HOD. Over to you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to members of the committee and members of the public and to the Auditor General and the other departments, as well as the 3 entities. I've heard that you said we must keep it concise. I'm going to do exactly that. I have met now last Tuesday with all the three, in fact, 4 entities that are reporting to me with the quarterly performance reports. I have also met last week with the external audit committee. I've also met with the Auditor General about the performance of this project under review of the department, and I'm very thankful for the work that has been done for the period under review. There are a number of significant events that has taken place, and some of those events have led up to the planning of this financial year. I'm extremely proud of the 3 CEOs that are present here today in the House, the CEO of Freeport Saldanha, and thank you for being here, as together with the staff and the CFO. I'm also extremely proud of the CEO and the chairperson of Wesgro, and I've met with them also last week, and I'm extremely proud also of the Atlantis Special Economic Zone, and excellent work has been done, and many of these work are preparatory work, and the results we will see in the following year. And he is also here with the staff and the CEO, together with my accounting officer and the CFO. I'm also very proud of the 2 Deputy Director Generals for the work that they have done, significant high-level work. And as you later will see, this work has been rewarded also in this period under review by the Cape Town Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Chair, I am mindful of the time. I've listened very carefully what the time allocation is for this appearance before the committee, and I'm particularly happy that we have done what we have set out in the strategic plan. And so we are before the standing committee to give a report, and we are ready for any questions. And I've also noted your request to the department to be brief and concise, and that's why I'm going to hand over to the HOD.
Thank you very much, Minister. In the spirit of keeping it concise, I shall do so. I just want to say that 24-25 was a year of change for the department. One, we had a new administration, we had a new standing committee who has performed their duties very diligently, a new minister we were privileged to be quite experienced and quite clear around what his priorities were, a new HOD, and I think we also had the new G4J strategy. So it was a year of transition, and the team, both in terms of the leadership of the entities as well as the DDAT team, I think have done remarkably well. And I want to take this opportunity to thank them. One, we got under the year of review a clean audit. I think it's about 14 or 15 years. Our CFO says that you're only as good as your last audit, but it has been consistent performance, and I want to take this opportunity to thank her. We achieved 94% performance in terms of our indicators, and the reason that we underperformed by 5% was just really a technical issue rather than the fact that we didn't deliver. And then I think what's also more remarkable is this was in light of our limited, our constrained capacity, but given the transition and what is expected of them. So again, I want to say thank you to everybody, and we look forward to the questions and the standing committee applying their mind in terms of oversight.
Honourable members, really thank you to the Minister, but honourable members, there's the report before you. So what we are going to do is that we will obviously engage the Minister on the opening remark and the HOD, together with coupled with Part A and B, general information. Yeah, in that order. I am happy to let you to indicate if you are happy to ask questions or you are ready to ask questions. Looks like it's a good report and members don't have questions. Honourable Bryant and Honourable Stoffel. Is there any hand online? Honourable Constable. Apologies, Honourable Constable. Is there any hand online? No hand online. Honourable Bryant, over to you. There's Honourable Stoffel online.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair.
Moni,
Yes, Chair, I've raised my hand. I've got slightly a challenge when raising my hand. Sorry for that, Chair.
okay. Thank you. You are noted in that order, Honorable Bryant, Honorable Constable, and Honorable Stoffer. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister and the HOD for the introduction. I think firstly, it's important for us to acknowledge the enormous strides that the province is taking when it comes to promoting tourism in particular, and the growth when it comes to economic development. The reason I was late is I got stuck on Deval Drive, going past a major event that's happening in Cape Town. The downhill, I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what it is, but some sort of downhill race that's happening. And the whole of Phillips Khosana is closed off. And I think it's a sign of more and more of those events to come over the festive season. And even though it might be a minor inconvenience to some of us, in the greater scheme of things, it really is fantastic for our economy. So it's good to see. I just have two very brief general questions on the introduction. The first one is in terms of the red tape reduction unit. I know that it has achieved, made significant strides over the past number of years that it's been implemented, not only here but also transversely across other administrations and municipalities, etc., and cooperation between the province and national as well. But how much of a role is the steps being taken from the side of Home Affairs when it comes to the promotion of inward travel and trying to assist people with visas? How much of a role is that playing in terms of the promotion and the cooperation between national and provincial? Maybe that's a question for the Minister. And then just secondly, in terms of the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, this is also another fantastic step that's been taken by national government. And, can you just expand maybe a little bit on some of the strides that the province is making in terms of the implementation of that and the facilitation of that throughout our existing systems? So I know they're quite general questions, but those are two particular points of interest for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Just before I hand over to Honorable Constable, please do indicate the page that your question is based on. And if it's general, please indicate that. And thank you, Honorable Bryant, for doing that. Over to you, Honorable Constable.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, MEC, and good morning, the colleagues. Chair, I have two questions on page 14. Paragraph 3. This is with regards to the jobs strategic partnerships. Can the department elaborate on what proportion of the 11,754 jobs are sustainable, full-time, and decently paid, as opposed to temporary or seasonal opportunities, such as those in the tourism and construction sector? Second question, Chair, same paragraph. What portion of these projected jobs have been linked to strategic provincial growth sector? An example, the green economy, digital economy, and manufacturing versus traditional low-wage sectors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. Constable. Honorable Stoffer, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. Am I audible, Chair?
You are audible, member. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, MEC, and also good morning to the department and all the entities of the department. Chair, mine is in part A on page 14, on the foreword by the provincial minister. And the point of reference is that it read as follows. The 2024-2025 financial year marked a pivotal period in the department's strategic trajectory underpinned by the reaffirmation of the growth for the jobs of G4J strategy and the finalization of the Provincial Strategic Plan 2025 to 2030. Now to the MEC is the question. MEC in the House, you highlighted that Stats SA quarterly labor force survey results for Q2, and it shows an increase in unemployment in the province to 21% from 19%. We see that the social economic challenges faced by many in our communities. Is there evidence that suggested that the G4J strategy is working in our province? And if it's working, and what is that evidence? And Chair, my second question is on page 30, organizational structure, the open vacancies. There is a common theme in this annual report that I have picked up, and that is a number of vacancies that the department is failed to fill. Is it common in all departments, and why is this department failing to fill the 5 open vacancies? For now, I pause there, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Minister, I just really want to make a really general remark and to say really thank you for all the hard work and your achievement in terms of really ensuring that this department delivers, in terms of supporting both Westgro Atlantic Economic Special Zone and the Freeport Saldanha. And it is a department that is important in terms of ensuring that you address and you are able to support all the entities within this department. And for that, I just want to say really thank you very much and well done. It's just a compliment from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the honourable members. Firstly, to Honourable Member Brian, yes, events are driving the economic growth here in the city in particular, but also everywhere. In fact, in the last 2 weekends, I spent my time at events. This past weekend at the Laingsburg event, and the weekend before, I spent my time in Prince Albert with Honourable Member. Well, he's not in this committee, but also with the local member of Parliament. So yes, events are very important, and Westgro and the department are even funding some of these events. Westgro has funded for the last weekend that I attended the 30,000 rand for that rural event that took place. But I think tomorrow will be the launch of the season readiness for the event for the tourism. It will happen tomorrow. And we're looking forward to yet another bumper season. We have seen, for example, in the last 2 years, we have seen a significant increase in the cruise line industry. And you know, with the political instability in Europe and in the Middle East, you see a number of tourists coming this way, particularly also given the events that has taken place in the United States. We have seen, for example, in the previous year, we have noted that in 2024, the biggest growth for tourists in the world coming to the Western Cape. This is not numbers, but percentage growth came from the United States. I think it will be different this year. The second biggest growth, not actual numbers, but percentage growth for tourists coming to the Western Cape is the Netherlands. And that's why I'm continuously engaging with people from the Netherlands. In fact, right now, there's a group of delegations from the Netherlands here. But the colleagues here that deals with both tourism can elaborate more on that particular matters. But yes, global tourism, and you know, in many countries around the world, they also have a tourism tax and a bed levy. That is not happening here. So people, and also with our currency, cheaper to be here, and also nicer food and nicer people. I can testify that anytime, anywhere. the issue of reduction and red tape and Department of Home Affairs and the inward travel and the cooperation that we have. I'm going to leave that to Ilse perhaps to just respond to that because she has been working with us on this matter. And Honorable Bryant, we have commissioned a study about the problems with the visas. We have tabled the report in the cabinet. Ilse and the team gave feedback at the cabinet level about the structural impediments from Home Affairs side. That report, after cabinet approved it, we also sent it to the national minister, Dr. Leon Schreiber. And you can see he's also acting on that, some of those recommendations. So Ilse can perhaps comment more on that, because I think that was a really scientific report. What we have also done is to also make available interns to help at the airport with the big numbers, but Ilse has all the detail about what they are doing in terms of the e-gates. Then in terms of the just energy transition, we know that this is a project from the European Union and the United States and the EU. And the reason why I mentioned the United States and the EU and the United Kingdom, they're not part of the EU. So this is a collaborative effort of about 8.5 billion US dollars for the just energy transition. And we have in the Western Cape looked at this, appointed a energy council, and we have developed a plan to say that in terms of our plan, we must look at what are we currently using from Eskom. And as you know, currently we're using 4,000 megawatts. So our plan is to develop 5,700 megawatt. In other words, our plan for the just energy transition is to produce more green energy, wind and solar and other forms of green energy than what we are currently using from Eskom. We've also made a commitment that we want to become also independent, and not completely independent, but one town. In fact, we have decided that 2 towns will be completely free from Eskom and no load shedding. That town is Riversdal in the Garden Route. The cabinet will consider a second town that will have no load shedding. Perhaps the word free from Eskom is not the correct word. The correct word is free from load shedding, because you can never be free from Eskom, because if there's no wind energy, no sun energy, you are dependent on it, but no load shedding will happen in that particular town. I think you are also familiar that one of the desalination plants are running with solar energy in Hessequa, for example, with the assistance from the French funding. So there is lots of work happening in that particular space. We get a regular report. Now, if I say currently we use 4,000 megawatts from Eskom, the question is how many of that 4,000 that you currently use are you putting into the green energy space? 2,000 megawatts. We are earmarking immediately now for renewable energies. If I say earmarking, it means it is in the tender process. 783 megawatts have already been produced, green energy. So this is happening. You are familiar with the city of Cape Town, producing green energy, putting it back into the system, not getting a credit, but getting cash. Wheeling process. So these things are in place. We're getting regular reports about the just energy transition. And why is this important in this meeting? It is important in this meeting because we have 7 pillars for the growth for job strategy. And this is one of the pillars. You cannot grow the economy unless you have good energy provision. So this is a part of that. So we have already 783 megawatts produced green energy in the system already. Also, in terms of Honourable Member Constable, about the job numbers, 11,754, how many are sustainable, full-time, how many is temporary, for example, linking to the tourism sector. The HOD will respond to that. How many of that are traditional jobs and how many are high-end jobs? So I'll ask the HOD, she's an economist, he can respond to that. Ms. Stoffels, Yes, I will also ask the department to respond to the unemployment figures that you've quoted in a specific quarter. We have to note that growth happens from quarter to quarter, but it also happened from year to year. And we were the lowest unemployment figures in the history of 19%, but I note your reference to the 21%, but I will ask the HOD to respond to that. Yes, vacancies are also a very important matter that I frequently discussed with my department. We know the financial situation of government, and I'm personally not so keen. This is tensions between the minute and the HOD. I am not so keen to just fill vacancies. I want to know how this post, if I advertise a post, if I give more money for organogram, my question is, how does this help Tanny Poppy under a tree getting a job in the Karoo? If any post does not speak to the Tanny Poppies, in other words, the poor, unemployed people in this province, if it doesn't speak to them directly, I'm not going to fill a post. So my job here is to protect jobs that deal with the poor people of this province. And if they are the target, I'm keen to fill that post. But I'm not keen to fill a post for another manager to sit in the office. I want unemployment to be addressed. I want to see that the person who has no job walking in the street in Bishop Lavers or Guguletu, how do we help that person? Not how do we get another senior manager job. That's my philosophy, and I'm not going to change that philosophy.
Over to you, HOD.
Thank you very much. Just to perhaps, with regards to the question about red tape reduction, the Minister has already answered it, but I may ask for Ilse, as the Minister has correctly said, has been dealt with by the red tape team, but also our tourism team. And then also perhaps if Ilse wants to add to any of the points that Minister made with regards to the JET IP.
Thank you, HOD, and thank you very much, Chairperson. So in terms of the visa work, so the first step we did is we did benchmarking research in terms of the policy work. So reform regarding policy, which include modernization in terms of the Home Affairs systems, which is already underway, the establishment of an online application tracking system. We did an extensive process in terms of stakeholder engagement to understand from the user perspective what are their challenges. So, for example, you submit it online, but it gets tracked. It gets lost in the system in terms of it takes months in terms of before you get any feedback. For us, the visa hits two spaces, both from an investor as well as a visitor perspective, because sometimes you would have let's say, a business event, and they would only get the application processed after the event's already happened. So, and that we're actually losing budget with regards to that from an income perspective. Requirements in terms of requirements or visa renewals, we looked at benchmarking other quick wins, for example, where if you already received a visa through the US, they've done a lot of work in terms of ensuring that this person is a low risk. Why are we repeating it? Looking at other opportunities in terms of like visa on arrival, similar to Dubai. So it's a range of both a policy, a system, and a people aspect in terms of reform. Then in addition, we looked at proposing countries where we did an impact analysis in terms of if we did a visa waiver for certain countries, what would be the economic impact in terms of the return of investment for South Africa? And that was very interesting in terms of like Angola, China, etc., which we've included. This piece of research, what we've done is we've developed a lobbying and advocacy framework. We've submitted it through the correct channels to the National Minister. We've been also working with the administration at the Department of Home Affairs. We've also worked with, for example, SATSA, etc., our industry bodies, so that they can assist with regards to the lobbying, because it doesn't sit with us, and we try and support, and they've taken up some of these suggestions, and we just continue with our efforts. So for us, it's critical, both from an investment as well as an export in terms of tourism perspective. Then with regards to the JET IP work. So with JET, what we've done is we focused on following where National did a just energy transition plan frame, and then they did the implementation plan. We combined it in one. What we focused on in terms of JET was looking at, I'm sorry, I'm going to my correct slide. So how do we align? So we met with the from Operation Vulindlela, as well as the team that's working with Joheen National. So how do we align in terms of their work? Focusing on the energy system decarbonization. We looked at our key industries, because we're not, for example, similar to Mpumalanga, where there's a lot of coal in terms of that transition. So for us, we looked at our industries, for example, electricity, green hydrogen, EVs, green manufacturing opportunities, and skills development. So what does that transition and opportunities look like from a JET perspective? Then in addition, we worked on our own investment pipeline for JET. We looked at alternative financing, both from a blended finance facilities, SEZ incentives, loan guarantees, CIDs, green bonds. So we looked at how do we matchmake and unlock funding and opportunities in terms of our JET transition. So it's sitting on two legs, both in terms of where do we have to look at in terms of a just transition, in terms of creating employment opportunities, but unlocking finance in terms of investment projects. So we've combined it in one. We've got a Western Cape JET investment plan and framework all in one, which we are presenting to the Energy Council. Thank you.
And then I'm going to ask, perhaps with regards to the jobs that are sustainable in terms of the Westgrow, as well as the unemployed youth that we have supported. I'm going to ask Nizam, maybe via Rashid, to respond to that. But I think the key thing around creating sustainable jobs is making sure that the economy is growing, so that it's not short term and then companies start letting off the employees because there isn't sufficient business to sustain those jobs. So for us, there's always a couple between that. Some of the approaches that we are looking at is really around in the tourism space, for example. There used to be an issue around seasonality. So during summer, hotels are fully booked. There's a whole lot of staff, contract staff often, seasonal workers. And then when the winter, there would be a drop off and those people would be let off. So the strategy is really around how we plug the winter season, the wet season, to make sure that if the hotels are employing people, they are full-time as opposed to part-time workers. So Rashid can talk to some of the efforts that we're making around tourists that come to Cape Town during our winter season. Apparently, rain is quite a thing if you're in a really hot climate. So it's a positive. So he will talk to some of the efforts that we've made around there. And I'm going to ask Nizam to talk specifically around the initiatives that we undertake to make sure that the unemployed youth actually do get employed proper and full-time afterwards. Thanks.
HOD, my apologies. I just want to emphasize the point I've made, because we did not introduce everyone. Just if you can really, when you say Nazan, you include the surname and perhaps what he does, in order that if the media wants to capture some of the input that he's making, then they're able to really know who is really briefing the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Very, very briefly, one of the additional reforms, Minister, Honourable Member Brian, has been the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme with Home Affairs, which has been an amazing impact. Initially in January, it was introduced to focus on India and China, where approved tour operators can issue a group visa digitally, and 65 tour operators were approved, and over 11,000 Chinese and Indian visitors, which often come for conferences and groups in our off-season, have benefited from that. So that's been fantastic. I'm going to hand over to Nizam Joseph, who is our Chief Director for Skills Development and really focuses on our programs that have that direct job creation scheme. Nizam, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question too. I think I really want to start off by just describing very, very briefly the contribution of firms and why it's in firms' interest to ensure that all of these jobs are sustainable and permanent jobs. So we contribute stipends, but companies contribute as much as 60,000 per learner on accredited skills programs. That's companies putting their hands in their pockets saying, here's accredited skills program. On the artisanal space, the cost to train an artisan is up to 250,000 Rand. So companies have absolutely every incentive to ensure if they're investing this much on our learner to ensure that those learners are in full-time employment positions. With respect to some of the key sectors that we support, just to give you a sense, also in the BPO sector, where we've got about 2,500 jobs, each one of these jobs contributes to foreign flows into the economy. It's 350,000 Rand. That's just under R1 billion of direct foreign flows. The GDP for those jobs, just on the BPO, is 2.5 billion. And again, because BPO is all about people, there is no incentive whatsoever for a firm to spend that much money on training individual and then letting them go. In fact, there's a bit of a bond fight in the sector where there's some type of, we're working towards some type of agreement where companies don't poach from each other, particularly our learners. In the tech space, there we've got companies spending, like I said, up to 60,000 Rand on tech. We've got a few hundred learners in the tech space, and that is learners in sectors such as business analysts, big data specialists, and software development and several other occupations in that particular space. And given the dearth of skills in the tech space, again, companies value our learners and want to keep them and incentivize them to stay at those companies as opposed to moving off to another company. I think the last one, again, on the artisanal space, the average age of artisan is about 50, just over 50 years old. We have significant risk to company growth in the manufacturing sector, in the infrastructure sector, because companies can't find artisans. So the reason we have an 80% transition from of learners that complete our program from our internships into full-time employment is because there's absolutely every incentive for those companies to hold on to those learners as much as they possibly can. With respect to, there was a question around the average, they earning a meaningful salary. Yeah, so some of our jobs, we have over 3 times the minimum wage. Some cases slightly higher than that. But if there's no incentive for a company to spend so much money in mentoring the individual, spending time in skilling those individuals on accredited skills program that costs them a lot of money, and then telling those individuals, no, you don't have a job after all of that. Thank you.
Okay, and then the last one is, yes, I have heard the Minister with regards the question about capacity. We have heard the Minister on the issue of the capacity, but they are in the process of filling 5 of the SMS level posts, and that was done with the approval of the Minister, because as we know, until the end of last year, there was a system where you essentially needed to have the Premier via the Minister and approval of the Minister to actually fill any of the posts within the department. So we are going through that process, and we're mindful that these individuals will make sure that the only tiny poppies in the world in the province will be supported. I think the key thing around the tiny poppies of the world is that often, because the economy tends to be concentrated in the urban area, in the city of Cape Town, we need to find measures and means to actually support businesses that fall outside of that. And at the moment, usually that means that you need capacity. But we are looking at innovative ways to actually reach out using technology and making sure that there's better scale and reach of the interventions to assist everybody within the province and not necessarily just concentrated in the metro areas. So at the end of our recruitment process, my comment about the capacity was not going forward, but essentially over the period, we had about 38% vacancy rate because of the constraints, the fiscal constraints. But we've gone through a particular process, and once we see this current process, recruitment process through, we're looking more at 20% within the department. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, HOD and the officials for all the answers. Honorable members, I think we are doing extremely well with time. So we are still on page 9 to 118. Can I see hands in terms of follow-ups? See Honorable Brinkhays and Honorable Constable. Is there a hand online? No hand online. In that order. Stoffel, is your hand up? Honorable Stoffel? No. Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
In
Chair,
that
my
order.
hand is up. Yes, my
Thank
hand is
you.
up, Chair.
I've recognized you. Over to you, Honorable Brinkhays.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, on page 14, in terms of the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, I just want to know from the department area like the Cape Agulhas area, that is also quite beautiful area in terms of tourists that is flocking to that area on an annual basis. Many investors is also looking at that area to invest. Some of the concerns are energy related. So can we just get a sense from the department that in terms of energy, I know the department has mentioned there's an area called the Riversdal. The minister, honorable minister, has mentioned about the Riversdal that is in terms of energy security that will be well invest in terms of energy for the foreseeable future. But when we look at the area like Cape Agulhas, can the department also indicate that what type of energy investment will be going towards an area like Cape Agulhas also? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have a few questions on page 15 with regard to the collaboration with the department and with the JSE under the SME Accelerator Support Program. Few questions, Chair. What criteria did the department and JSE use to select the SMEs that participated in the funding readiness bootcamps and capital matching event? Secondly, what are the criteria for SMEs to be deemed funding ready? That's number one. Number two, of the SMEs that were declared funding ready, how many received funding and remain operational and or have grown as a result? Grown in revenue, profit, and created jobs. What were some of the reasons why SMEs did not reach the funding ready stage following the online bootcamps, masterclasses, and webinars? Almost done, Chair. Of the SMEs that benefited from the program, how many were woman-owned, youth-owned, and or based outside the metro areas? What obligations, if any, are in place for SMEs who have been matched with funders? On what monitoring mechanism does the department have in place for SMEs that have received funding? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. Honorable Stoffel, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, MEC and the department for your response. Chair, but I'm not really comfortable. I don't think the department have assisted me in terms of answering pertaining the vacancies. Chair, I hear what the MEC is saying in terms of anti-poppy and what. But this is coming from last year also. He have mentioned also this. And I think at some stage we should address this issue. Whether it's Andy Poppy who's supposed to be assisted and look to the poorest of the poorest, I agree with the MEC. But this matter should be resolved. We cannot have it on each and every annual report we are sitting with the same thing. It should be resolved. And then also, Chair, let me go to the G4J, the job strategy. Chair, I didn't hear really an answer on that. Pardon me if they have tried to answer it. But my question was, do the department think that the strategy is still relevant? And if so, can they provide us proof of that relevancy? And even whether they can provide it on paper at a later stage, but I don't think the question was been answered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Minister, from my side, in terms of follow-up, there was an answer with regards to the green bonds that you're busy with the investor ready package regarding the green bonds. Really, the question is a question I've asked the Department of Environmental Affairs when they appeared before the committee. The issue really is the position that has been taken by the President of the United States of America, Trump, with regards to alternative energy. And I think he is, what is the market looking like? Because, I mean, we know that US is really a big investors in all this, UN activities and the support that we get in many other areas in terms of the multilateral, and the question really is primarily, what is really the market looking like right now in terms of the green energy? And the second part is the question of the gentleman from the skills development indicated that there is a problem of the artisans, in the industry. And I think key for me, Minister, has been really an issue of that, we definitely need to kind of beef up this department to just ensure that the facilitation of those kind of areas that needs to really stimulate the economy, is really properly beefed up so that, if it's advisory support or if it's really consultation support or, hand-holding, municipality to ensure that, some of these things are being looked at, thoroughly and ensure that you bring the relevant partners, stakeholders, to assist, especially with FET and so forth, because that's the broader part of economic development. So the question is, what are some of the thinking around really filling this artisan gap? I know you might say, it's a SACA, South African Qualification Authority issue, but I think from an economic development point of view, I think it's quite critical. I mean, maybe, the economic development zone might really have better answers, the Freeport and Atlantic AZ set. But the question is, how are you supporting them, in terms of really fulfilling that obligations? Thanks, and over to you, Minister and the HOD.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to members of the committee. The issue of the vacancies, I am very clear on that matter, but I hear that the members want additional information. We can certainly provide so. I am very careful. I am not signing any new post. If any one of these members of the committee want me to fund any post and other activities, please tell me from which other department I must take that money, because the cake is not getting bigger. So if you come with proposals to this committee and say, take so much money from this department or that department, I would be happy to consider it, but you will have to take the fight to that minister, not me. So I am very clear on the issue of growing the bureaucracy where it is necessary, as you've heard from the HOD. I have signed a few of these particular posts, but I am looking very critical for expanding the state. I'm looking at limiting the role of the state. The private sector must drive economic growth, not the government. There's no government in the world that drive economic growth. Our job is to facilitate it. Facilitate means a smaller state, not a bigger state. And if you want a bigger state, please tell me from which department and other vote. I must take the money, and please bring the money to this department, and then I will fill the vacancy. So the responsibility is now on you, Chair, to look at all the budgets and see where there is fat in that budget and bring it to this vote. So I'm very clear on that. And that is also a healthy tensions between politics and democracy and bureaucracy. That is healthy in any organization. The issue of Honourable Member Brunkhuis, I think in terms of Cape Agulhas, that's a very important tourism region, very significant, but I think the HOD will respond to that. The collaboration with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and the SMME and the criteria, that's a very good question, and the funding. And how do you grow in the regions, and what monitoring and evaluation systems the department has in place to make sure that these people that were funded are actually producing both revenue and growth in their business, but the HOD will respond to that. The chair of the committee asked about green bonds and Trump, but I think that the colleagues will answer it. And I can just mention that in terms of the artisan, this is the plan of this government to shift more to artisan training and development. That is, the colleagues will explain that and why that is important. In fact, Chair, tomorrow, is it tomorrow? Friday. Friday, there will be a Premier Council on Skills. That meeting is taking place this coming Friday, but the HOD will also respond to that issue. But you did refer now to the US and the issue of climate change. We know in terms of the just energy transition, since the 20th of January this year, when there was a change in the White House, there was also a change in terms of the thinking from the US government about climate change. As you know, the United States were a member of the climate change Paris Declaration, but since then, the President of the United States does not believe in climate change and has withdrawn from the global campaign to deal with the issue of climate change. So there is a different thinking in the White House about climate change, and therefore he has withdrawn from the Paris Declaration. But the colleagues can respond to the issue of the green bonds. But except to say that the US was a significant contributor to the just energy transition under the previous administration in the White House, there is now a change of thinking, and that will certainly have devastating effects. We know that earlier this year, there were also major fires in California, for example. California is, as you know, a Mediterranean region like us. Farmers are also suffering greatly in the US. But in terms of the subsequent question about the green revolution, the colleagues both from Freeport-Saldanha and our department can comment on our efforts to drive the green hydrogen. This is a significant development both in the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and the Northern Cape and Namibia. In fact, earlier this year, I sent a team consisting of the head of my office, the media officer, Roderick Tyson from International Relations, and the Director General to visit Clean Energy, a Belgium investment to produce green hydrogen in Swakopmund. That will also benefit ultimately the Western Cape. There is major developments and a huge appetite for the green hydrogen, and our department is also intricately involved with the Freeport-Saldanha Atlanta Special Economic Zone. Westboro is also doing a lot of work, and we are also involved in some of the feasibility studies. This is going to revolutionize the green hydrogen landscape globally, but it's not going to happen immediately. There's a lot of work that needs to happen. In fact, I think some of us will not even be in this house as members of parliament. So long-term planning is what is required, and that's why the Freeport also is so good in to respond to some of the questions that the members have asked.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable Member Stoffel, I'm sorry about not responding to the G4J question, so I'll deal with that one first. We have presented, I think, some of the examples of our impact tracker. And so this is really around how the economy is doing in Western Cape. And I think the growth for jobs strategy is very clear that we are focused on outcomes. And often it takes more than just one intervention to deliver those outcomes. It will take a number of projects in order to have the outcome that we have predicted. So, for example, in the PFA2, which talks about stimulating exports, Minister has just been explaining the difficulties we are having with regards to the US. Has created a lot of uncertainty, but it's also created a number of opportunities. So, for example, the EU is desperate to diversify their source of energies, which means that they have to start looking at green hydrogen. It then offers, as Minister was explaining, opportunities for the Western Cape and, in fact, the Three Capes. And so, again, it's not saying it's just the Western Cape, but actually the opportunity is so immense that it does require collaboration around the provinces. The Minister often reminds us that it's not that he only wants the province to succeed, but the entire country. And we've taken that to heart in terms of the way that we approach collaboration with the other provinces. So when we look at the G4J, it's really around focusing on the outcomes and then how our projects and our outputs contribute towards that, but not in a sort of add them up in order to get to the outcomes. So it's about systemic and it's about getting scale and reach. That basically means that if you, for example, look at the visa work that Minister had mentioned earlier, we had done a study that demonstrated the impact of opening up the market to India and opening up the market to China and even to Nigeria. What that would do for not just the Western Cape economy, but to the South African economy. Once Cabinet had approved that study, we then shared that with Operation Blue Ndlela. And they have incorporated some of that work into the national approach around tourist visas in terms of what Rashida just said. So this sort of at the trusted tourist operator routes, and that has actually meant that we've gained more tourists. Now, in terms of causality, we have positively impacted on tourism and tourism growth in the Western Cape. And so when we talk talk about scale and reach, that is what we are looking at. There's other ways that we are able to influence and enable the economy without directly intervening, as the Minister had previously said. Another example would be the Port of Cape Town. It consists of a number of interventions from the province's side. We make sure that it's data-led, so we have this dashboard. Everybody has a line of sight of what's happening, and that information makes business more efficient. We have been assisting the port of Transnet together with private sector to improve efficiencies and working quite collaboratively with them. And we've also been undertaking sort of discussions with Transnet around strategically how do they ensure that if we reach our goal by 2035, the port is able to cope with the additional demand. So when we talk about the G4J, that is what we're talking about, because we know the knock-on impact it has on the economy, because we've actually done research on it, and there's evidence to show that if we unlock the Port of Cape Town, what it would do for the economy and what it would do for the jobs. So I think the difficulty is you can't necessarily do it from quarter to quarter and say, you know, over the last 1 year, because last year is the first full year of the G4J, that we need to see a result. It's a gradual, sustained and long-term process in order to deliver an enabled environment. And we're doing it with the other provinces, with national and also with local government. I'm going to give the question about Honourable Member Brinkhuis to Tim Powell. And Tim is our Chief Director for the Digital Economy, but he's also most time seconded to the Department of Infrastructure to assist them with the green economy and the green energy work, particularly as far as the municipalities is concerned. So if I could just ask them, if you could please respond.
Thank you, HOD. Good morning. Under Growth for Jobs, one of the priority focus areas is energy resilience and transition to net zero carbon. The Energy Resilience Program was initiated, it's a 3-year program, was initiated by the Premier in the 23-24 financial year. It's a 1.1 billion rand program. It's a multi-department program, which includes the DDAT. It was initiated with DDAT, the Municipal Energy Resilience, but it became the Energy Resilience Program. So there are many departments involved, including the Department of Infrastructure. Mentioned by Minister Mayer was the overall target, the 5,700 megawatts, and the Riversdale 10 megawatt project being examples under that. So under the Department of Infrastructure, we are running various things. One includes the Energy Project Preparation Facility. The fundamental aim of the PPF, for short, is to assist municipalities in procuring green energy or renewable energy, low carbon energy, and primarily from independent power producers. So again, not from Eskom, although Eskom are entering this marketplace. We have a pioneering project in Stellenbosch, and other municipalities are following in on from what is learned there. Cape Agulhas is one of the municipalities that we are actively engaging in this process. They're getting direct assistance from the specialist engineers in the team that I lead in the Department of Infrastructure, currently sizing renewable energy plants, dealing with procurement processes, agreements, and that type of thing. At the moment, I cannot give you a rands and cents figure for the Cape Agulhas. We're quite early in the process with them. There's a succession of projects, but we are actively engaged with the Cape Agulhas. And that's a current financial year matter rather than a last financial year. Thank you.
And just with respect to the green bonds, Honourable Chair, I'd just like Ilse just to maybe add to that, given the work that has been done in the department. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. So between ourselves as well as our entities in terms of Westgrow, we monitor and have discussions with regards to the shifts from an investor perspective. So from a US perspective, in a federal, there has been shifts in terms of a declining demand. There is still states and municipalities in the US that are issuing green bonds, as well as private sector. The market is actually dominated both from a Asia perspective as well as EU, who are issuing green bonds. So it's not as if the supply, there's been shifts. Definitely there has been a decline from a federal position because of what President Trump, his position, but there's still activity. In terms of the demand for green economy products, whether it's from an energy or green hydrogen, that demand is still being led very much from Europe and Asia. So it's a shifting in terms of a market demand and supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And then with respect to the questions around the JSE, I'm going to ask Rashid to respond, and then perhaps complemented by Joshua Woolwins, who is our Director for Enterprise Development. Rashid?
Thank you very much. Straight to Josh for interest of time. Josh, go for it. That's your program. We're in the second year and we had some good successes there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Chair, ladies and gentlemen. So just in terms of the program, the SME Accelerated Support Program, so it's a program where we support small, medium and micro enterprises in the Western Cape. So the program has got different components. So one of it is looking at onboarding. So the onboarding process is about where we engage with different business chambers, enterprise support organizations, development finance institutions, SMEs themselves, in terms of making sure that businesses are aware of the program. Also via social media, we also advertise the program, both within DDAT and within the JSE social media platforms and other platforms that we do speak at, in terms of making sure that businesses are able to apply and aware of the fund. So some of the criteria that we use, is one of it is turnover that we used last year. So we looked at businesses with about 2.5 million rand in terms of turnover. We are looking at that in terms of relaxing some of those criteria for this current rollout of that. But one of the things that we are looking at in terms of the criteria for being funding ready is that businesses that participate in the program must attend the boot camps. So the boot camps is quite critical in the sense where, number one, it teaches the businesses about the funding landscape, understanding what are the funder mandates of different funders, What are their criteria? What are the sectors that they apply for, that you can apply for? Also understanding, interpreting your financial statements, being aware of what are the cost drivers in your business, understanding what are the costs in your business, because when you do pitch your business, you must be able to also understand those particular financials when it does get asked. There's also discussions about teaching them about marketing and sales. And then I think critically is about developing that investor pitch. The idea with the program is focused specifically to a large extent on ensuring that businesses are funding ready, in the sense where they're able to pitch to different funders on the day of the capital matching event. So I think the benefit of that is that apart from just the capital matching event, they're also able to kind of pitch to business or to funders outside of that particular program or after the event. And I think that's been, I think, one of the key lessons that we've picked up through this particular process. So all the SMMEs, so the SMMEs, for example, during the 24, 97 businesses went through the capital matching bootcamp process. Of that, because some businesses had to withdraw, because what we do look at is that your compliance documents, for example, must be in order. You must have financial statements. Your tax must be in order, because obviously when you do pitch to funders, your compliance issue becomes a critical factor that funders will look at. So 61 businesses pitched at the capital matching event on the day in terms of applying for funding. So the business that did receive funding in 2023, we looked at about 11.8 million. In 2024, the provisional figure that we have is about 25 million of funding has been approved. There's about 7 businesses that look at that have received the funding. In terms of also just the process or the program is open to all businesses, irrespective. So there's been women businesses, youth businesses that have been part of the process and the bootcamp process in terms of applying for the funding. One of the things that obviously all funders look at is the whole issue around monitoring. So when you do get funding from any funder, there's always post-investment support given to those particular businesses. So they look at quite critically in terms of making sure that the business spend the funds according to what was agreed to. There's also engagement from a monitoring point of view between the department and the JSE in terms of making sure that these businesses are able to deliver on and grow based on the funding that they did receive. Also, in addition, is that what we've done with the 2023 cohort, we've identified 7 businesses from the Western Cape that were part of an accelerator program. So based on that accelerator program, those 7 businesses on average grew by amount of about 40 million rand, and they created about 24 jobs through that particular process within that short period of time post the capital matching event in 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We still wait for the last answer.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to ask Zandra Chief Director of Skills Development.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of give you just 2 points on why your question is important as well. When you fashion is the only sector where jobs have declined over the last 15 years. We employed about 250,000 people in 2010. Today, we employ about 8% less. And when you look at the business confidence index that's run by the BER, 50% of companies in that particular sector say that they can't grow and they can't invest because they can't find skills, particularly these artisanal skills. Now, the first problem that we have is that if you're an artisan, you have to be paid bargaining council rates. That's about 8,000 Rand. The company has to pay 8,000 Rand per month for 4 years. And that goes up with the bargaining council rates every year. The unions negotiate better rates. So for someone with no experience, it costs the company only in salaries just under 400,000 Rand. Now, the company spending all this money on the learner. As soon as the learner gets their red seal, they're qualified. They're very marketable and they would leave. There are international companies that station in the Southern Cape right now and here. And as soon as our graduates graduate, they leave for the Netherlands, Germany, and because it's highly sought after. The one is for firms. Secondly, they're in high demand, so they're globally marketable. Thirdly, they're very marketable inside South Africa, which means that a company spend all this money and they leave to another company. Then from a supply side perspective, certain occupations, you can only have one apprentice per artisan in a company, which makes, there you also have a problem. Now, given that the average age is 55 years old, that introduces a whole host of complexities at the company, because you can't find the artisans. The employer needs to use that artisan in a very productive way. And when you use that artisan in providing work-integrated learning for the learner, it detracts from that artisan contributing in a meaningful way. We also struggle with firms who have artisans to participate in work-integrated learning for the challenges that we have. For a learner to get into the artisan space, you need mathematics. Now, every year in the Western Cape, we have over 100,000 newly minted 18-year-olds, of which 50% of them pass matric, of which but just over a third would do mathematics. So that's about 16,500 kids. Those kids have with mathematics, they could go into any discipline at your university. So if you have a choice between a white collar worker, a CA, a actuary, a software developer, or an artisan, chances are very few of them would go into the artisanal space. So those are the things that we have, and also the consequences thereof. Then with respect to the cost of the skills component alone, GTAC estimates around about 400,000 Rand, 384,000 Rand to develop an artisan. So with the department's very limited budget to support all of that, you could see that, I mean, we do probably about 200 or so young kids in that particular discipline. The economy needs much more than that. The budgetary constraints, I mean, Minister earlier said, where does the money come from? Do you take it from health? Do you take it from education? So the budgetary constraints severely constrain our ability to meaningfully contribute to the artisan and reduce some of the pressures that's experienced by firms in finding these skills. Thank you.
Thank you. That's quite comprehensive, but I think it's a nice challenge to have for the members to find money where we can really support you. Nazan, what you're doing, really, thank you very much. Honorable members, we've got another opportunity for follow-up. We are still doing extremely well with time. Can I see hands? I see no hands. Members are saying you're doing wonderful work. So I feel there's no need for hands. But before I give a response, I've got a question with regards back to the energy. Let's follow up. Myself and Honorable Brian, we are members of Climate Parliament. During one of our meetings in Pretoria, the issue of grid capacity was raised with regards to afford you South Africa, but you don't have the grid capacity. Really, the question is the grid capacity really resolved in terms of the green hydrogen that you are working on? That's really my last question on this on the green energy. But I think I just want to highlight that we are on section A and B, so we still have got lots of minutes. But if you feel that the department is doing wonderful, we don't have more questions, we need to move on, then we'll move to the next entity. Over to you, Honorable Constable. Oh, I see. Honorable Stoffel, I see your hand is up as well. You are recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the previous question, before I move to my next question, I wasn't really answered on the question with regards to how many women. The question was just answered by saying there are women and there are youth owned. So if we can get that information also with regards to how many women or were women owned and youth owned, and how many were based outside the metro, because that is a very important one for me. My question, Chair, then is on page 64 and 65. Part B, with regards to the SMME Booster Fund. So although, Chair, there's not a significant deviation, can the department please elaborate on the following? What selection criteria was used in the selection of the MSMEs by the 7 intermediary support organizations? 2, how does the department monitor the intermediary organizations receiving the funds to assist SM or MSMEs? Last question, what percentage of township-based businesses does the SMME Booster Fund support? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. Honorable Stoffel, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, am I still audible? Chairperson?
You are audible. You can proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, first allow me to thank the HOD for such a good answer in terms of the G4J. Thank you very much, HOD, for that answer. And then also, Chair, my question is based on Part B on page 60. In terms of the output indicators, targets, and actual achievements. Chair, we have noted there are a recurring deviation from planned targets and frequent in-year changes. How will department improve planning and deliver to meet its commitments? Because we have noted also in 2023 to 2024, there were similar underachievements and changes to the targets. So how will the department then improve in planning and delivery on that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I note Honorable Mbombo's hand is up. Over to you.
Thank you. This also links up with C. We're not in C yet.
No, C, we're not doing C. We do only A, B.
Oh, sorry, human resource. What is human resource?
Human resource is D.
We're doing D.
No, we A and B.
But we are going to do D.
We are going to do D.
Let me wait.
Okay. Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Rashid to respond, and perhaps Joshua to respond to the SME Booster Fund. And then also, I think with regards to the breakdown of women, youth, and rural-based or outside the metro, we can actually provide the statistics through to you in terms of the report, if that's okay, through you, Chair. The second issue is about the in-year changes under the period of review. I think, as I said at the beginning, it was a year of transition. And so there was a shift so that we could realign to the priorities of G4J, but then also the priorities of the minister and the new administration. So it was a reflection of that. But it was also been a reflection, yeah. So it was the in-year changes was for us because we were in transition, and it wasn't waiting for the new financial year, but whether we could start pivoting immediately. I'm going to then ask, with regards to the SME Booster Fund. If I can hand over to you, please, Rashid.
Thank you, HOD. So we definitely have those statistics, Member Constable. So we'll send that to you. The rural women and small business youth owned. But Joshua, if you could please reply just to our criteria. Majority of our Booster Fund recipients do come from township areas, and we have that breakdown as well. So Joshua.
Thank you so much, Rashid. So just in terms of the selection of the MSMEs, so we give that over to the 7 organizations that support it. They, based on the particular program that they identify, based on certain criteria that they have themselves. They, the different organizations, so the department partners with these, what we call enterprise support organizations, because they've got existing programs that they're rolling out to support micro, small, and medium enterprises. So they do the selection in terms of the MSMEs based on the criteria that they've identified. Also, just to state that in terms of the businesses that from township, so 5 of the 7 organizations that were supported were from the township-based businesses. So the majority of the businesses comes from the township. Maybe just some additional statistics that we've looked at. So of the businesses supported, there's the majority, over 80% is Black owned. There's about women owned is about 44% in terms of the businesses that we have supported. In terms of the monitoring of the intermediaries, so we've got regular engagements. So when we signed the agreement with the beneficiary organization, so there's a clear agreement in place with certain criteria that gets followed with particular deliverables that they must use on payment can be affected. So there's monthly meetings with the beneficiary organizations just to monitor progress. What the department also does, so we also do site visits to the businesses or a sample of businesses that gets funded through these particular programs to ensure that what the organization is committed to delivering on is actually the benefits are received by the MSMEs in that sense. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Then the last question, Chair, which was posed by you with regards to the issue of green energy and then the grid capacity. So yes, the transmission grid is probably a binding constraint in South Africa, but then it's actually a binding constraint through quite a number of other countries in the US and Europe. We have been working with the national, with regards to the national jet has a PMU that's focusing on the transmission supply issues. We're also on the national task team on the shared infrastructure, which includes dealing with the issues of the grid, because you need to have that unlocked in order to get the supply, which is the reduction of the energy, to actually where the demand is. So that has been the constraint. What we are looking at, though, is in our conversations with developers, and particularly around green energy, how do we actually get private sector to assist in developing their own transmission grids, and perhaps a relationship between Eskom and Transnet around how that is possible in terms of feeding in and feeding out. And that's going to be important in terms of the green hydrogen. So can we actually get private sector on board, working with the Eskom in order to get the energy evacuated from the Northern Cape to the ports? There are considerations in the green hydrogen space around whether you rather, they call it, whether you're shifting molecules or electrons. So either do you take the green energy and then you bring it down and you do the electrolyzing at the port or near the coastline. Alternatively, do you try and produce the green hydrogen where you're actually producing the energy where the sun is, and then you ship the actual hydrogen through? There are pros and cons between that, and that obviously will have a material impact on whether you need a transmission grid or not. But it could be that if there's an elegant solution where private sector can come on board to actually supplement some of the constraints that Eskom is experiencing. And part of the problem is because all our coal stations have been based up north, so the grid system is essentially caters for us to get energy from Mpumalanga, etc. The renewable energy, however, is based on the countries. So effectively, you need to, it's a reverse. And so I think some of the things that Tim is looking at is whether you do it bimodal. So you can bring it in when we need, and then we can take it out when we need. So that's how you this complicated, but I think national is dedicated dedicated to trying to address this. He's to the work, and I'm not sure if Tim would want to add that, or was that adequate?
Thank you, HOD. Just a few supplement. Thank you. It's very well put. Just a few supplementary factors. It's been a figure that's been in the media for some time is that Eskom needs to build 14,000 kilometers worth of additional transmission grid. And so Eskom or NTCSA, they have there are lots of moving parts to that, but they are building things like the skills program behind that, the procurement chain for the steel, for the towers, the conductors, and all those elements. These projects are multi-year projects. We are seeing great strides in massive new substations being built in areas of the Western Cape. A key part of the infrastructure is building a second ultra high voltage power line, 765 kilovolts, is one of the biggest in the world. It'll go from a place called Kappa, which is basically near Worcester, out of the province. That's set to be commissioned in 2030, and that will alleviate a lot of our issues. Another thing is the question of load curtailment. At the moment, we have lots of big solar plants being added to the grid. They capacity 24 hours a day, but the sun doesn't shine 24 hours a day. There are processes to do that dynamically so that we can free up capacity that is generating, which happens also at times. And it's IT intermission and bringing in the private sector. And there are the first sort of projects being considered at the moment. Unfortunately, none of them are in the Western Cape, but these are what they call them shovel-ready projects, where independent companies will have concession to run a power line much like one runs toll road. But the things that can be more, and combination these people is a situation for us. And thank you.
Thank you, Minister and HOD. I must also just compliment you on the work at the port. You've the port has moved up 5, and I think Ben is in the ranking, but well done in that regard. So, honourable members, we've got 30 minutes to get back. I know there is a hand of Honourable Mbombo in terms of D. So we will touch the human resource is 102.176. So 30 minutes is all yours, Honourable Constable and Honourable Mbombo. The hand from no hands online. Honourable Mbombo, you were first, and Honourable Constable.
The minister has been touching on the issue of not in some of the posts to prioritize Sarah. So the question for me is general, and actually it is he's right, because the public is so now question it's about, if you look of the expenditure in terms of the salary wise when it comes to the personnel, you find that it is within the higher band, which is the from the 6 to 8, the 9 to 12, but mostly it's a 9 to 12, and then you have 13 to 16 levels. That is in page 147, table 312. So these are the higher bands. So now when you have, and also if you look in terms of the numbers in regard to who are these, you'll find that the program 1 administration has got more of people compared to the rest. I don't know exactly who's in program 1, but I do know that the minister is in program 1. But I don't know who else, when we have got so many of the people, of the active posts that are part of the program one. And then if you look in terms of the vacancies, in terms of the bands, also in the vacancies, you'll find that the active posts, again, in terms of the numbers, they are also in the higher bands. And look at the table 3.2.2, it's the higher bands. When it comes to that, the number of posts, they are still in the higher bands. I'm trying to link it up with what he already alluded to of not wanting to leave Auntie Sarah behind. But we are talking about the posts that are at the higher level, because these are the SMS posts. But he's saying that cannot fill some of those, but yet these are the higher level bands posts. And then if you also look in terms of the salaries and all of those, again, I don't know what are the posts in program one besides the executive. And then you get in terms of the percentage that is being occupied by the program one, in terms of the percentage in terms of the whole salary around that. Having said that, 3.2.2 table, you find that the vacancy rate is still also under the highly skilled. And as yet, if you look in terms of the critical occupation, 3.23, where you said that you have got engineers, and also the other one that talks about your skills, somewhere, it is somewhere, but you have you already have the fill in those vacancies. And then lastly, we go to the staff turnover in page 152. In terms of its 3.41, you link it up with the 3.43 table, and then the last one, 0.4.4. So again, the same bands where you find that they're more within the department. The ones that are still highest, but you find that is the one that actually are resigning. And the reasons for resigning, it's about no reason provided, and they make up about 62%. So how do you explain all of this? So in summary, it's about the department has got they've got people who are salaried at the higher level of the SMS. Because, okay, 9 might not be, SMS starts with the recall in terms of the director. So you've got those, and also you have got more people in the admin. I don't know what the admin is that. And then also you have got a high vacancy rate and the same band. Plus also there is an aging also in those, and as yet it's still too focused. Then they get you to
With your permission, I still have one question on B.
You can address both questions at the same time. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. This is about the tribunal support unit. There were 18 cases. It's on page 79. There were 18 cases, but only 5 of those cases were addressed. So on what basis did the department determine that 5 cases would be the appropriate target for the year, given the reported 18 matters referred for investigation? And secondly, how does the department distinguish between matters considered and matters adjudicated? And what factors account for the difference between the 18 cases referred and the 5 cases adjudicated? And then I only have one question on Part D, Chair. Then I'm done. Just hold on for me. I know the MEC answered this one. He will not appoint any person, we will not fill any post if it is not related to whatever happened in Laingsburg with Anti-Poppy. So I have only one question, MBC. In your department, which key posts are considered high risk or succession gaps, and what succession plans are in place for these posts? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. Honorable Stoffel, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the sound is very poor on my side. I'm not sure whether other members experience the same, but that's why I might miss the answer of mine in part B in terms of the output indicators and targets and actual achievements, the question that I've asked pertaining that. Pardon me if the department have touched on it or tried to answer me in that. In terms of part D, mine is based on 149, page 149, table 3.2.3, whereby it indicates critical occupations. I have noted and I have knowledge the department have filled the critical posts like economists and engineers, those posts are filled. But can the minister then indicate what specific retention strategies are in place to ensure that these critical occupations remain fully staffed, particularly in the light of the high competition for such skills in both the public and private sector? Then on 153, table 3.4.4, reasons why staff resign. Can the MEC then indicate whether the department conducts exit interviews to better understand the causes of staff resignation and what steps are being taken to improve the staff retention and morale? With 16.7 of resignations attributed to lack of promotional opportunities, can the MEC outline what measures are being implemented to create clear career progress pathways within the department to retain skilled and experienced employees? I will pause there, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stoffel. Over to you, Honorable Bright.
Thanks, Chair. I know lots of questions are around all the different tables, so I've just got one, and Honourable Stoffel has just beaten me to it. But just to maybe augment the question a little bit, so we are seeing in terms of opportunities being decided. A lot of people also refusing to say that one of the here when it comes to opportunities, we see there's only one individual who cited that as a reason for leaving. And I do remember when I was still at the City of Cape Town, one of the key issues that was identified over and over again by HR was that a lot of people leave because they aren't being promoted. They don't feel that they're being recognized. And sometimes that personal recognition and kind of a lack of movement is the reason why people leave, and not necessarily just the financial. So I do think it's a really important one. I don't know the existing circumstances, and maybe you can expand on that, and the minister maybe as well. But I do think it is an important point that Member Stoffel has raised, and I agree with her on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Minister, just my augmenting Honourable Mbombo's question. These positions that are here that are vacant, I take it that they have been budgeted and you are in the process of filling them. I just want to clarify that if that is correct. Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you to the member, the staff of the presidents, happy that the issue of the growth capacity in the previous round was answered excellently by Mr. Tim. The issue of the SME thing that was carefully. The issue relating to risks. For me, regional economic growth is the main economic growth or in a successful Western Cape Economic and Tourism Summit for the municipalities. It was called the Municipal Economic and Tourism Summit, and it was excellently organized by our Director for the Municipal Economic Support, Ms. Darcy. It was well done, because what I want to hear, I don't want to hear all the problems of municipalities. I want a mayor to take economic leadership in the town, having a sound economic policy and a sound economic strategy to grow regional economies. If you now look at economic growth all over the world, economic growth are now driven by, not by national governments, but by sub-national governments. In other words, regional governments and much more municipalities. If you look at the fastest economic growth in the world right now, it is because regional, in other words, not the national government, the regional economies, and more city-led governments that drive economic growth. And so I want municipalities also to drive economic growth. When I listen to a mayor, I want to hear the mayor speaking, my economic vision for my town is the following. I want to reduce unemployment by 3%. The current GDP per capita is this, and I want it to be this. I want to reduce the inequality in my town. These are the typical sectors of the economy where we want support. This is the growth sectors of our economy. This is what we're doing to facilitate economic diplomacy to further grow the economy. I want to hear what is the investment incentives for people to come into that town. The mayor now of the city of Cape Town, he can answer that question. I'm sure with in some of the others speak that in terms. If you want to deal with the social problems, drive economic growth. And that is the substance of the G4J. Drive the economic growth so that you can deal with the socio-economic challenges. And so we're the very successful Municipal Economic and Tourism Summit, and the municipalities have made some commitments what they are going to do to drive economic growth, both also from the tourism side and the economic side. In fact, we now next week, we will have a Western investment summit, the investment summit is to bring municipality in of attracting foreign direct investment. To bankable rural municipalities. The meetings have been confirmed in terms of our investment summit, and we have a deal book. And part of the deal book is infrastructure investment also in rural economic development areas in the municipality. So if you ask me, what is my major risk? I see this as a risk. What is the plan? And we've listened to the municipalities in terms of the economic challenges there within the space of the Municipal Economic and Tourism Summit. And now we have an investment summit to deal specifically with these issues. I've also engaged with SALGA, and SALGA also assists municipalities with investment-ready proposals. And so we've met with the SALGA people that can assist, but our department have also assisted many departments in that particular regard. So I want to see more regional economic growth and regional economic development. I don't want to see regional economic competition. I want to see regional economic cooperation. Thanks. The issue of staff retention. I mean, this is in every standing committee for the last 30 years, from 1994. This question came here. In fact, I was an official. I was sitting there. The cabinet was sitting here. I was also confronted with the same question. They asked me, how are you going? In fact, I was the head of training in this government. They asked me, you are training these officials, they are leaving. What is your answer? And my response was the following 30 years ago, and it's exactly the same. If I train a member of this government and that member go to Gauteng, I'm happy because this is an investment in South Africa. It is an investment in the biggest economy in South Africa. It is a 40% GDP investment. That is the growth. That's this economic growth. If this person leaves from the Western Cape and goes to Namibia, I'm equally happy because the investment that we made here in the Western Cape is now transcending borders into Namibia. If the person goes to Kenya, I'm equally happy because it's part of Sub-Saharan Africa. A small investment from a regional government called the Western Cape is now making an impact in Nairobi, a growing economy. If you look at the part of the fastest growing economies on the African continent, Kenya is there. If that person from the Western Cape that we invest in training now find him or herself in Morocco, I'm equally happy because we are part of the African Union, part of the African continent. If that person eventually leaves and go to Malaysia, I'm more happy because we are part of the Commonwealth. And so staff retention is not something that you can keep people. Globally, this happened. In fact, it was the 1980s. There was a book called Job Shift. In the 1980s, people still work for 30 years in the government. No longer happens. People 2-3 years, they move. The younger generation.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up because there are a number of questions that must be answered.
Okay, but I think got the message. They got the message. Staff retention is not something you can deal with it, but there are sometimes critical questions. Why staff are leaving? They can answer the question. That's why we have that table. And it's also important to look at the table. And the question was about exit interviews from Honourable Member Stoffels. They can reply to that. Also, one of the things that members of this committee must know is that there's no more performance bonuses in government. The staat is leeg through state capture. Let's be frank. State capture eroded the fiscal basis of this government. And so there's no more money for performance bonuses. It does not happen in government. And if people move to other companies where there are performance bonuses and shares, that could potentially be the case. But I think there are no more bonuses for high performance. And this is the nature. Many people that this government go to the city of Cape Town. But this government, a person there in this, or a chief director here, they get more money. So why would they sit here? They move. As Honourable Member Dave Bryan said, sometimes people prefer not to say why. That's their democratic right. So that is what we respect. But you answer some question, the issue of vacancy, but I'm happy to respond. If I see a direct relationship with a post and a job and a tiny poppy, and I can give you one example. One example of that was recently we have seen a situation. One of my targets is to grow exports. Now, to grow the exports, the harbour must work professionally because you export through the harbour of Cape Town. And so there, I agreed we can appoint a director, port and marine logistics. I made that appointment because I could see the direct relationship with poor unemployed people because of 5% growth in exports in the Western Cape of agricultural products generate 22,900 new jobs for people that are unemployed.
Minister,
those
we are left with 5 minutes to wrap up.
Yeah, but you've asked me questions, I am happy to answer and comprehensively. So you tell me downgrade, but I would rather step up. The Premier says step up, not downgrade. So the Premier says step up and you say downgrade. The Premier appointed me, I follow his advice.
Minister, we're
Okay.
left with 5 minutes.
Okay.
Let's wrap up.
Okay, but I leave then the 5 minutes
Thank
for
you.
the department.
Thank you, Minister. I would have been happy for you to continue. So I think you were quite comprehensive, with deep experience. I think the split in the department is we have an approved organogram of 274. 276, sorry. There is about 33, just over 30% is dedicated towards program 1. We do not have the minister's office in our department. That's usually carried by our sister department, in this case, the Department of Agriculture. And so it could be argued that our program 1 is slightly over disproportionate to the rest of the line functions. But I think the one thing is that no matter how small or big your department, you have to comply and you have to have good governance. And that essentially is coordinated, driven, and implemented by Program 1. So irrespective of the size of your department, you need to make sure that you are managing and you're compliant to the PMFA, DPSA, monitoring and evaluation, et cetera, So we have to be compliant as far as ethics is concerned, et cetera. So as far as I'm concerned, the current staff in Program 1 is required and necessary, and you can see it reflected in the report that we've just tabled with respect to the annual report. So they're good results, they're solid results. I think the difficulty is that the number of the staff is lower level staff. So in terms of the overall costs to the department, I suppose one can manage it in that particular way. The question is what we do with the line functions. And we've been very deliberate, given the directions the minister has given, that we have our HR committee that reviews the posts as they come along and whether they're aligned to the policy imperatives and the outcomes that we have to deliver in the department. So there's quite a deliberate process around what we can fill and what we should fill based on the budget envelope that we currently have available. We're managing that with, in certain cases, the posts are contracts so that they're not continuously filled by our department, so it's not an ongoing cost. And a number of the resignations that you see is essentially contract posts coming to an end. So that again is us being fiscally prudent under the circumstances. The second is that by one of my previous predecessors and made a decision that they would actually prioritize higher level posts rather than lower level posts, particularly as line functions are concerned. So these are the ones that actually service Tani Pupi. In going forward, we are investigating how we're able to and that also allows for the talent pipeline to be predicting some for 3 years. There was a question around the OCP and the number of cases. I'm going to ask Rashid to respond to that. But the one other question around the outputs is that when we look at page 60 and 61, these are over achievements in terms of the finance. If I understood that question correct, that reflects over achievements by finance. They shut up the lights. Whereas the M&E system is we're looking at a transversal, when we look at the outputs, we're looking at a transversal way of doing assessments. So on the one hand, for example, Nizam is doing amazingly well around the artisanal programs that we have spoken about earlier. But there's a number of other departments across the province that are also doing artisanal skills. So for us, it's when we say norms and standards, it's saying, what are we doing across the province? And where can we share best practice? Where could there be areas of improvement so that we can strengthen all of the programs? And so that's essentially the stance that we have adopted with regards to the norms and standards. I'm going to hand over to Rashid and then.
Just in 30 seconds, Member Constable, 18 cases were considered, but because the tribunal only became active in January, we only adjudicated 5, which was our target. Between April and September, all of those other cases have now been adjudicated. So we've adjudicated 31 to date, all of the cases from the previous year and the ones we saw this year. Thank you.
Philip, of
a few questions that was concerning actually to see there's quite a significant amount of interventions that has been conducted within the department, and which all mostly stems to staff resilience, staff support, self-care, and those kind of matters. So when we speak about the employee health and wellness programs that we've put in place, actually some of the stuff that we're doing is quite big of the court report we where people actually and also if we look at the skills development in 313.3, one would be able to see that there's a significant amount of skills development that has been done in terms of boosting the staff morale. And when we look at the succession of, we're currently busy with an employee growth and development initiative, which is our aim in order to look at that as our succession planning. And that plan actually deals with our holistic approach of the individuals. So that looks at how we can look at staff linked to the hard skills, the soft skills, looking at how we can equip them for upwards mobility when they, in terms of for promotional opportunities. So in that way, we will be able to succeed them in terms of and boosting their morale in terms of applying for posts, for higher posts. And that's the way how we either retain them or succeed within the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister, HOD, and the officials. I did say when I opened the meeting that we are going that we have agreed to. What I just want to also indicate that is that we did not receive any notification of the public who want to participate in um, or the of the report. So with that, I'm going to give the minister to give the AD we to break for 50.
Thank you very much to honorable members. And I think we spent a lot of time. This department got a clean audit. So it is a testimony of the great work that this department has done. And therefore, I have no further comments.
Honorable members, can I ask Honorable Constable to just thank the minister and the department on our behalf? And
thank you very much. MEC and colleagues, thank you very much for your presence. Thank you for the way you answered our questions. I believe this department is doing a very good job, and I like the MEC's approach by saying he's not the MEC of Cape Town, but the MEC of the Western Cape. And that for me is important. And that for me is very is very important to note that, so that the people also understand for the way that you answered our questions. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Constable, the Minister of the Karoo. Thank you. We can all go to the lounge for tea and coffee, and then we'll come back at 10:50. Thank you, Minister. so that we can correct and start. Honorable members online and honorable members in the House, we are here for our second report being tabled by Wescro, and really thank you once again, Chairperson, Professor Shirley Zinn, for really coming to join us for the tabling of the report by your entity. I am going to hand over to you to do the opening remarks. But before that, I just want to alert honorable members that we will do the opening remarks in Part A and Part B, which are pages 7 to 95. And once we concluded with that, we will do Part D, which is 115 to 119. I just want to once again also request that members, when you ask question, make sure you indicate to us from what page it is. And I just want to once again re-emphasize that we did have Wescro multiple of times here, and we interrogated this report that they are now tabling to us, on a quarterly basis. So if we can really keep the question concise to the point, in seeking clarity on those areas that you are not clear about. And also, may I request also Wescro to just really try and be precise so that we can work within the time that we have been allocated to. In terms of the time, we will start, we were supposed to start now, but you will still work within the 45 minutes that we have been allocated. Chairperson, over to you.
Very good morning to all, and thank you, Chairperson, honourable members, and Minister Ivan Meyer, for the opportunity to present to you. It's a great opportunity today to address you as Chairperson of the Wescro Board. I'm honoured to present our annual report and engage you on the agency's performance and its continued efforts to contribute to the provincial economy. We meet at a time of significant global change. Global trade is undergoing a period of realignment, shaped in part by the recent US tariffs decisions and broader shifts in the international policy. Ongoing geopolitical tensions in Europe and the Middle East have added to a more fragmented and uncertain global landscape. But even so, new markets, partnerships, and opportunities are beginning to emerge. In South Africa, a sense of cautious optimism is emerging. The formation of the Government of National Unity in 2024 marked a defining moment for our democracy. While challenges lie ahead, encouraging steps have been taken to stabilize energy supply and streamline visa processes. National efforts such as Operation Vulindlela, aimed at unblocking key economic bottlenecks through public-private collaboration, are also beginning to gain traction. In the Western Cape, we continue to benefit from a strong foundation rooted in good governance, clear economic leadership, and effective public-private partnerships. These strengths are evident in the growing confidence amongst investors and visitors across the key sectors. The agency's achievements of the past financial year include some of the following: 14.6 billion rand of new investments facilitated, 5.38 billion trade declarations reached, 45 trade missions executed, over 1,500 active exporters registered on the Cape Trade Portal, 4 new schools built, 390 million in private sector secured, and 3 CSI commitments worth 46.5 million facilitated through the EduInvest initiative, 36 business event bids secured with projected economic impact of 745.1 million rand, 10 global awards for excellence in place brand marketing were secured, 1 new airline, 4 new international routes, and 10 expansions facilitated through Cape Town Air Access, 86 cruise ship calls facilitated by Cruise Cape Town, generating an estimated 1.32 billion economic impact, and 31.86 million people reached by campaigns across investment, trade, and tourism promotion. In addition, Westgro achieved a clean audit for the second consecutive year, underscoring the agency's commitment to financial integrity, strong internal controls, and sound governance. For jobs, supporting 21 trillion rand provincial economy by 2025. I would like to acknowledge dedication and support as the full Westgro team under the capable leadership of our CEO, Renel Stander, for all that has been achieved over the past year. Chairperson, I would like to hand over now to our CEO of Westgro, Renel Stander. Thank you.
Over to you, CEO. Just opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, Chair, HOD, and all the other colleagues that are here from the different entities. I thought that I might just introduce our CFO, Sandisa Twabe, our Company Secretary, Intokozo Langa, my Chief of Staff, Khadija Daris, and then three of our executives, JP van der Merwe, Christian George, and Jean Skaltemer. They're not the only execs, but I didn't want to bring all of them because then we would be way too many people. I just want to add perhaps to what our chair has already said. I'm very proud of what we've achieved so far in the last financial year, notwithstanding a very difficult geopolitical context. Our strategy is 100% aligned to delivering on the G4J targets, and it underpins everything that we do. So perhaps just to give some context to that, we realize that given the fact that we can't increase our staff or increase our budget, we need to do things differently. In the last month, double in the number of hits. So it went from 1 million that culture change is the engine and digital transformation is the enabler. A lot of emphasis also on ensuring that we become a knowledge hub for economic information in the province, and this we believe will be the multiplier. With respect to our mandate, we've delivered on all of the areas of our mandate, and we have taken into account our ministers' focus on addressing some of these spatial inequality in the province. We've been positioning the Western Cape globally. We also have been making sure that there is business confidence. Fantastic performance from our catalytic projects. In terms of international seats in the market and recovery, we've recovered by 121% for international air arrivals. We estimated that the cruise economic impact would be 1.3 billion. It is in fact 1.76 billion. With respect to tourism, we are fairly obsessive about doubling tourism. And there is currently a big focus on doubling tourism. We are looking at new established markets are still the main contributors to the number of air arrivals. We do believe that future growth will be from the from the steady uptick also in retail partnerships. We started off by doing a pilot with the Lulu Group in the Middle East, and we have subsequently scaled that to India, and our next opportunity will be in Thailand. So there's quite a lot of emphasis on getting Western Cape products into market and getting them listed in those markets. We typically work with a partner, and in the case of India, we worked with the Reliance Group. So there's been quite a lot of active work. And then I suppose we've also done quite a bit of work in the advocacy and advisory space, where we have very actively supported Western Cape businesses as they responded to the US tariffs and the changes in the tariffs. And the team also supported the Premier in market. We're working with, so as they're working, so for example, the boat building industry has been very impacted, and we're basically supporting them on an ongoing basis. I'm going to pause there, I think, and then take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, the report has been tabled by Westgrow for us to now interrogate, and really thank you, Chairman, and thank you, CEO, for Chairperson. Thank you, CEO, for the report outlining some of the achievements. Before I take hands, I just want to make my own input in terms of your performance. Really, I must say, well done. There's been quite a lot of negative global noise about South Africa. And what I liked about your entity is that you have always been at the forefront, even when the noise was extremely harsh and negative and hostile towards this country. You've always been out there. And we have seen the increase in terms of the arrivals. We've seen really the cruise ship line, is also, one of the successes. We are seeing a lot of interest in investing in education. And one of the areas that I've been speaking to Honourable Constable is converting some of this, call it government or SOE-owned institution, so that you can have this BPO, operating from the creating call center. And one of the areas that we've spoken about was the land bank building that is is in Beaufort West. It's been standing empty for many years. As I was previously the provincial head of the I know that I think there's SOE, in order to really try and facilitate such kind of arrangements, with the investment that you are bringing in to target these rural areas where there are maybe, buildings or, areas owned by infrastructure or some of the SOE to convert them into real tangible business. Really, that's from my side. Honorable members, can I see your hands? Honorable Dave Bryant, Honorable Constable, is there a hand online? Going once, going twice? Done? Okay, over to you, Honorable Bryant and Honorable Constable.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you again, Ms. Dunder, and to you as well. Dr. Zinn. We've known each other for so long, I can't believe I forgot your surname. I think in terms of the public partnership model that Westgrow carries out, I know recently there was a meeting of the IDA hosted in Cape Town, the International Downtown Association, and they were talking in particular about the Cape Town CBD and how that has become a model of public-private partnerships and how to reinvigorate, CBDs and how much our CBD stands out from the rest in terms of developing countries. And I think one of the key factors there is the fact that it's been a prolonged public partnership that's been sustained, nurtured with good oversight. And I think it's a similar story with Westgrow. I know that you've been through a couple of little blips here and there, but I really think that Westgrow is in a very, very strong position at the moment, and there is so much opportunity right now to really leverage off that. So I must say a big congratulations to both of you, Dr. Zinn and Mr. Stander, for the fantastic work that you are doing. I've just got two questions. The one is a more general question on this point when it comes to promotion of is maybe working to improve this. And just we're talking about table flow exports 24. There are a number of companies that are listed as confidential. Can you just expand a bit as to what the reason is why they are listed as confidential? I couldn't work that out myself. And that's basically my only thought. Thank you.
Over to you, Honourable Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. As I walked in, I think the chairman was busy. 4 schools were built. Can we have clarity on that? Specifically, where the schools was built and criteria using for the specific areas, so that we all just understand how it works when it gets to that. On page 3, there's also projects. What is the specific project in a specific area? What is it that we need to understand with regards to it? Let me just ask that too, and then I will come back. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I take it the question is, what do they, not what do we, as members of parliament? Am I correct? Thank you. Minister and Chairperson and CO, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe to respond to the Honourable Dave Bryant, I see 3 issues that I think are holding back the development of the tourism space. I think the first is visas. Now, we have seen there's been quite a lot of development in the visa space, with Home Affairs enabling the environment, and with obviously the TTO, the Trusted Tour Operators 1 and 2, and the piloting of electronic travel authorization. Unfortunately, it's all a little bit too late. And so what we're finding is that other economies like Kenya, like Morocco, they've all lifted their visas completely for China and India. So, if you're looking at the Chinese market, for example, another element is the bilateral air service agreements. So if you look, for example, at the US, more US carriers want to come, and just to give an example, Delta's taken a frequency of Johannesburg to put it on to Cape Town for over this period. So there's an opportunity for more services, but the bilateral agreement restricts, the number of rooms. We have around port control. We just the cruise season now, so we and I think the minister got a question on that as well. But these are travel. The cruise vessel will arrive. We won't have enough border control agents on duty. It takes longer than it needs to. People can't get off the vessel, and therefore they can't go and do the experiences that they booked for or that they were planning to do. So these are just some of the, at a very high level, some of the some of the issues. With respect to share what they are, because I think there's, it's obviously a competitive environment. And so typically when it says confidential, then it means that we have signed an NDA with the organization that we are supporting. So often they don't want to let us in on their commercial information if we don't sign the NDA, and therefore, so that is the only reason. Yeah. With respect to the question, I'm just looking for my education one. There we go. With respect to, and I'm going to ask Jean to just add as well. But the catalytic projects, if I can start with the catalytic projects and the concept around the catalytic projects. So we typically look at projects that will have a high impact across the economy. And so if you're looking at cruise, air access, education, those are all areas that have got a high impact. That's the first thing. The second thing is it is typically about convening the entire company South Africa. It's South African tourism, it's brand SA, it's Cape Town tourism. So it's basically pulling together all the ecosystem players, it's SAMSA, it's Transnet, so all of these players will be around the table to try and address some of the issues. So that's typically, and then the second thing is obviously is that there has to be some level of private sector funding. So in the case of cruise, the Casada group, we've had, so a whole range of different, lest I forget the names, I may upset a couple of funders, but there's a lot of interest. We're also at the moment working with Standard Bank to try and get a direct service between Cape Town and China. And obviously that's a long-term play, but that is the kind of work that's happening. In the case of education, this is slightly different in the sense that it was the department, the Western Cape Education Department, that approached us because they wanted us to look at how we could attract private sector funding into low-fee school environments. And also to look at how we can channel corporate social investment funds from the private sector into education. So we've done quite a lot of research, which I'm very happy to share to give a sense of how the private sector funding also that customers can contribute to stationery for the new school year for next year. So we live the private sector for good. But we're also trying to leverage the private sector to contribute to the economic. So we've had 4 school bills: Spark Primary School in Blue Downs, Crystal House High School have expanded and added on another building, calling education in Paarl, and then Apex School in Kayamandi in Stellenbosch. So those are the 4 private sector.
Facilitated 3 CSI investments, and those were then out in Atlantis, and that relates to STEM, the ARDA group, which is also a STEM investment, and Deloitte's in terms of teacher training. And really the criteria is that schools are low fee, independent, affordable fee models. And this is because the Western Cape has the highest growth in learner numbers in the last 5 years. And so we are attracting investment into education to meet that demand, and that's across services as well as physical school builds. And we do support any school investment that does come along our desk as it adds to capacity across the system. But the criteria is that you work through Westgrow, through the EduInvest initiative, and we can facilitate that investment into a school requiring it. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Just to add, in terms of how we leverage the private sector funding, we look at 3 categories of contributions from the private sector. The first one being direct cash contribution towards mainly catalytic projects, and the CEO has mentioned a few of the funders we've had in the past. I'll just mention a few so that we don't upset the contributors. Pitch payments on Air Access and Standard Bank on Made in the Cape hosted by us program. They're also one of the contributors in terms of direct cash contribution. The second category we look at is co-funding arrangements wherein we identify projects that Westco otherwise would have needed to fund on its own. We collaborate with them on a 50-50 cost sharing basis. One example I can give is when we went to China with Standard Bank, and we shared the cost. I think each party carried a cost of about 1 million, apologies. And then we had missions. We hosted the 3 missions we hosted in China with Standard Bank. And the last category is around services in kind, where we find that the private sector has got resources like venues that would otherwise go out to market and pay for. They give those to us for free when we need speakers on key, economists, whatever we need that they may provide for us in kind, and they are able to provide those. We track those and measure them. The global benchmark is that TPAs generally leverage about 7% of funding from the private sector while situated.
Yeah, I thought maybe you'll touch on, attracting investment towards using this SOE, call it buildings and stuff.
Chair, I think that is probably something that we can take away and we can definitely think about. So perhaps we'll come back to you. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks. I think that's fair. Honorable members, I just want to ask you that if there are burning questions in D section, please, rank your issues that you really want to raise with the department. If there are questions in the D section, we can also, start touching at them. So I am ready to take further hands. Honorable Constable. No? Okay. Before I give over to CEO, I just want to ask something. I hope I'm page 35, in terms of program 1, your strategic objective performance indicators, plan targets and actual performance. Here is a 3-year period, which is financial year 2022, or I don't know what CY stand for. Sorry? Calendar year. Yeah, calendar year 2022, 2025, which is 3 years. And when I look at the calendar year for program 2, page 45, is a calendar year of 20. And then I look at calendar year of program 5. I don't pick it up. So I think the key question here is that with all these calendar years that are not aligned, how are they kind of impacting on chief for JA around really maybe.
Just a follow-up and then a new question, because I'm very interested in the education side and the investment with regards to education. Let's say a school in Beaufort West, let's take Barnard School, doesn't have a hall where children can go and do the Monday morning prayer sessions and stuff. How do they then contact Westglow to make sure, because there's winter times, there's raining times, and it's difficult for them. How they have to use So how do we assist them? What is it that they can do, or that I can tell them, look, this is how you engage Westgrow, and what is then the approach that they have to make. So if we can get more detail on that, say, and maybe at another stage also, just give us clarity on how do we make sure that schools can approach you, and who do they approach? Then my question, Chair, is two ways. Page 31 and page 77 with regards to your exports. Last year we saw that Central Karoo again was not part of your export business. How do we attract businesses out of the Central Karoo to be part of what you are doing? Because economic development, we know all where we sit, that municipalities don't have funding to employ people. And I think the MEC always speak about it. So how do we expand? How do we assist? How do we help businesses, a farmer who grow figs in the Central Karoo, let's say Prince Albert or wherever, how do we assist them to become part of that global kind of business, also to make sure that they expand with regards to the economy? How do we assist them, Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I just want to really make this point again. I think we must always demonstrate the separation of powers, legislature and state. So if you keep on saying, how do we, so the message being read is that, the legislature is now, encroaching into the role of the state. So maybe, just maybe rephrase a bit. So, but I think the point is making that maybe, the kind of concept notes that maybe if I have to augment what he's saying, the kind of concept notes that needs to be provided to you in order to be involved in a project of really empowerment, maybe partnership where you can bring partnership like building school, like, the ones that I've just mentioned earlier.
We took 39 businesses into market with us on three of those trade missions. And even though it's quite small, of those EAP missions, 88 million started. All of our work, so we try to, all exporters must be registered on the Cape Trade portal. So that is the basis upon which we will support an exporter advertised on the portal, and people then obviously apply. So it's a very fair, transparent process. There's it's not about who you know, it's about actually there's a process and it's accessible to whoever wants to participate. The Cape Trade portal primarily has getting some of the bigger companies on. But what it does is it allows companies to market themselves globally. And the Cape Trade we are launching the upgraded, and the Cape Trade portal was the first phase of our digital transformation. We are launching it probably middle of November, towards the end. If I don't want to give a rather the end of November, so that if the Honourable Dave Bryan phones me, then I can enhanced features. So instead of people having to, provide us with all their certificates, we're going to have direct linkages with subsidy, and the information flow will be making it easy. On EAP, I must just say that of the 88 million, and my team will not make it, they won't be happy if I don't say it, but 50% of those declarations were towards women-owned businesses. So I think that is which is the question that you asked. So what that is about is that is providing the context to South Africa and to the Western Cape. And the 5 biggest investors are the USA, China, the UAE, UK, and Germany. And if you look at the way that we have structured our relationships with these funders, those are obviously part of the areas where we have focused. Because we use calendar year in this context, because that is the only information, the information, the external information that's available only comes in calendar year. Obviously, our reporting, which is our own data, that is the financial year. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And then the last question from the Honourable Constable. Obviously, the Education Department have got their kind of plans that they're rolling out, but certainly you can approach the EduInvest team, and we would make sure that that gets communicated. So part of what we have seen over the last private sector and the Western Cape Education Department, there's been a lot of interaction now, and so really, we've kind of brought the 2 parties together so that some of this magic can happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you for this question about the investments, because I just made some notes here also, because I think there's great developments in terms of the export.
Yeah.
You will know that one of the strategic objectives of this government, in fact, the apex priority of this government, is to grow the economic grade jobs. And for that reason, we have about South Africa's biggest ever growth in export in agriculture last year recorded $13.6 billion. So this is the trend that we see, and obviously from agriculture exports alone, primary agriculture I'm now talking about. Western Cape, as you know, is 58%. So this is a very important factor. And for that growth to sustain that growth, you need a number of things, but one of the things is the explanation I gave earlier. But for the export, we had a training program, and we have now delivered that program in a number of districts, also in Lutzville, the West Coast. They have done it also planning to do with in the garden road. I was a week ago. Also in the Karoo, where we developed or presented the export enhancement program. It happened also in people across that area. So the program, and I'm very thankful for the work we have now done about exports. Bring in somebody that we've helped and can successfully, they have done exporting veterinary products or meat. As you know, in the past, you had to come into the Western Cape Government Department of Agriculture, no longer needed. We now have an ecosystem, an online system where you can apply for an export permit. So we try to do everything possible to streamline and assist exporters. We also, is the chairman of the Western Cape Export Forum. I normally ask him, how is it going? And he told me it is going very well at the harbor, at the port. And the Transnet has recently announced a 5.2 billion investment on the ports and Transnet, and they have also made significant commitments to the Port of Cape Town to facilitate that particular exports. So I'm quite happy that the work that we are doing is resonating with the industry. But now we have developed a Western Cape export strategy. I have received the briefing from West and the Department of Economic Development
and manage to ensure that we attract the necessary investment and achieve and exceed it on your target. Mention Westcrow is what is that you can share with the people of the Western Cape or even the people of South Africa? How do you deal with this negative? How did you manage to deal with the negative noise and continue to position the Western Cape as a area of opportunities and for investment as such? That's my question. And last round of questions, Honorable Constable and Honorable Brenkhuis. I don't see any hand online. Over to you, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My last question, Chair, for Westgray is on page 115, with regards to human resource. In the introduction, they state the agency's biggest asset lies in its human capital, intellectual property, and the knowledge of its people. That's a very impressive statement. But obviously, people resign. People move on. We've learned that. We've listened to that. What does Westgrowth do to make sure that they keep people in their employment? Because I also note that you said you don't pay performance bonuses. So what is it that you do to keep people, or what is it that you do to attract people to come and work for Westgrowth, so that we don't lose what we have, that visibility, that intellectual property, that oomph that you had to make sure that the economy of the Western Cape is moving and is growing. Just that question.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. I think in a way you augment my question. My earlier question. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the department for the excellent work they're doing over the years. Chair, my question is on the halal industry. The halal industry is estimated to be in South Africa into the billions. My question to Westgrowth is that how much work and emphasis is on attracting investment to boost the into. I know I've been asking this question on a number of occasions previously, but we're not seeing any progress in this regard, especially on our national roads, N1, N2, on our N7 highways. We're not seeing the halal industry is increasing in the form of halal and various other ways of expanding the halal industry in the Western Cape. So my question to Westgrowth is that how much work are they doing and how much focus are they giving on this industry, and what is the next 5 years what are we foreseeing in terms of the halal industry in the Western Cape? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brinkes.
Because recently things are happening faster than you think, and this is exactly what happened. So the best way to deal with the negative sentiment is to get your good story in. No emphasis. Good news don't sell. Negative news does sell, and that's why you have to use you want to make good businesses. You have to extensively get involved in economic diplomacy. And you will see in the reports before us today, there are numerous references to economic diplomacy. At the Middle East. In fact, he was invited there. The chair of DP World from Dubai recently came to visit the Freeport Saldanha. The premier recently also visited the president of Austria. I had numerous engagements with different regions in Bavaria, in Germany, in Lower Saxony, But the big investors, they want to know three things. What does your infrastructure look like? And we have the best road infrastructure in South Africa. Secondly, they want to know what is your energy infrastructure. We have an energy plan. They want to know what is your water infrastructure situation because they look perhaps at Johannesburg or Pretoria and they see there are water trucks. We don't have any. Are we making so that they have a soft landing when they come here? Do they have a capable state? People want to invest when they see a capable state. This is a capable state. They look at our balance sheet. They look at our annual reports that is stable before. A scale of 1 to 10, they want to see where are the government and the private sector support for their businesses. And I think they also want to know how's the government dealing with the red tape? Is there a red tape reduction unit? Is there investment facilitation unit? Is there? Do they have access to the mayor? Do they have access? I mean, I've just spoken earlier today with access, and is there entry route into the government through invest into West Karoo? And I think that is exactly our areas where we want to invest in. And people want to see when they have a discussion with you, are these people capable? Can they talk? Do we have access to them? I mean, I know of investors that asked, can they see a mayor in a rural town? The mayor was not available. That investor took his investment to another town. The mayor said, well, climate diary, there's investment. Later, there's 200 jobs created because this investment would be better in another province. And sometimes we do that because I want South Africa to succeed, not only the Western Cape.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll just take a minute to respond just before I ask the CEO to respond as well. I think the point made by the Minister now cannot be, more fundamental in terms of building business confidence. I also serve on a few listed boards, and I can tell you now that the work that we are doing in terms of building business confidence, investor confidence through our economic diplomacy is incredibly important. We must not underestimate that. And that is not just one meeting with people. That is an ongoing, sustainable, nurturing engagement and relationships that produce result and impact across our key stakeholders. And that is very important. I think also what is important, and we mustn't underestimate the importance of those relationships and engagement, but also capable people that sit behind capable leadership that we continue to show that we have here in this province. And I think the culture and the manner in which we do things into engage with us. I think all of those elements might be the softer elements, but they lead to quantitative and qualitative experiences that keep them coming back despite the negative noise that we might hear. So we have to, I want to just encourage all of us to continue to do that, because that is what creates investor confidence and business confidence, and that will translate into economic growth and job creation and a better life for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair and Chair. So there are some very, very important questions here, and I'm feeling quite challenged, but I'm going to try my very best to answer them. I think that I'm going to start with how we sell first, because I think that given all of the noise, we keep our blinkers on and we just keep going. I think the first thing is when we sell, we do talk about South Africa, because we're quite South African and we articulate that. And we also share the work and the outcomes of Operation Vulindlela. So Operation Vulindlela is looking at all of the key reforms, the ports, the railway, all of those things. We actually talk about that when we talk about you know, how those are progressing. Obviously, that we have a government of national unity. We also kind of comment on the fact that a lot of growth internationally is coming from regional, from the market. The fact that we've got, if you're just looking at space economy, biotech, you're looking at all these, but there's a big innovative mindset. We talk about the fact that we have a bureaucracy that is able to deliver all the basic services, that a lot of the jobs growth are coming from all of these things. So that is really how we have very, very professional pitch decks, which we use in market. And in fact, in the next couple of weeks, we're busy developing an identity of a person that will be able to, using AI, will be doing the presentations online. So we really, really are trying to expand our digital footprint. So that is really on how we sell. With respect to halal, we have, I suppose, a multi-prong approach. The first is, and I just want to obviously add to what Minister's already said, but there's been a very, very big, in fact, the team have just shown me a report, which I haven't yet had a chance to look at, but I'm very happy to share that. We've done a deep analysis of, the halal industry in the Western Cape. But the first big thing is that we have targeted the Middle East and we have targeted ASEAN. If you look at Malaysia, Indonesia, all of those markets have got very big halal requirements. And we've definitely been obviously focusing on lamb and rooibos. And just to give you a sense of some of the we've been on an FDI mission to the UAE and Qatar. We've done the Lulu in-store promotions in Qatar. We've done a trade show in Dubai. We've done Gulf Foods in Dubai, PATA annual summit in Turkey. So lots and lots of, so in fact, all of our missions are into ASEAN, Middle East, China, India, and which means that we businesses are going with us into those markets. So we never go on our own. We always have Western. We also work very closely. Right now, I've got 2 colleagues on the President's visit to Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia. We also, a couple of months ago, I was in Singapore and we met with Enterprise Singapore, and we hosted a number of Singaporean businesses in Singapore, all interested in coming to the Western Cape. So there's ongoing work certainly to the Middle East and definitely to ASEAN. About 3 weeks ago, we were in Pretoria, where we met with all of the ambassadors, all of the all of the diplomatic corps across ASEAN, and we do this every 6 months. In Feb next year, we will be we normally host a European breakfast, which is a business and the diplomatic corps. We're going to expand that also to ASEAN and Africa. On people, yes, people is our biggest resource, and we do spend a lot of time on looking at how we can retain, our people. But obviously, people do leave. Our salaries are not competitive at the moment, and in fact, we, at the request of the board, we did a national benchmark. 50% of our staff are below the 50th percentile, and we have proposed a 4-year plan to try and correct that. Previously, Westboro staff were on contract, and now they're obviously more full time. We're also going to be launching the Barrett survey. We have instituted a reward and recognition program where we and things like that. In addition, we have a we have a coffee session where staff get together and we talk about issues that are of concern, or just try to get together. I think I've covered. I'm seeing the chair tapping his watch, so I realise that our time is up, Chair. I'm going to leave it there unless there are any burning questions.
Minister, Chair, CEO, really thank you very much. Our time is up, and I was reminded, my procedural officer, Sharin Nicker, did remind me that our time is up. Honorable Stoffel, I see your hand is up. Our time is up. We need to get to the next entity.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask that maybe you put that question in writing or maybe into the resolutions? Is that right? The West Coast story, and I really because I think they're doing, like the minister said, they are the engine of the economic growth, and his support is primarily to ensure that he doesn't build a big state, but he builds honorable stuff. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Probably mistake. So
can I just put something on record, Chair?
Okay, thanks. You can.
Chair, since this morning, we are struggling, those of us who are online, we are struggling with a sound problem. We can't really participate. We've been robbed from our right today to properly participate as parties online. We couldn't raise our issues with the different entity or with Westgrow, and also the previous, because of the online problem. I have notified you. You never responded to me in terms of we've got a sound problem, and the IT have indicated they are investigating, and this is now the whole morning. So we just want to put that on record, because it's always proper when a department answer you directly than writing to you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to put that on record because I didn't hear you notify the House that there is a crisis in terms of our sound.
Thank you, Honorable Stoffel. I sincerely apologize if I did not note that you are having IT problems. Can I ask Honorable Vessel, how's your IT? Can you hear us from the house? Honorable Vessel? Okay, honorable members, it seems as if we do have an IT problem. I will ask Shireen maybe to just ask Siraj to attend to it. But with that, I just want to say really thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO and your staff. Can I ask maybe Honorable Brinkhays, he had the last question, maybe to just say thank you to the department and
No, thank you very much, Chair. This short and sweet. Carry on with the tremendous great work that you guys are doing in the Western Cape. Thank you very much.
Really, thank you once again. With that, you are officially dismissed from the hot seat. And next is Atlanta's special economic zone. So what time are we? Can we be ready at 35 minutes past 11? That you take out and then we proceed. Really, thank you very much. Done answering the questions. No, Stoffel seems to be generally having. Honorable Stoffel. Check. Okay. Honorable Stoffel. Testing. Okay. Honorable Vessel. And his entire team. So I am going to allow the CEO to make an opening remarks. Once he's concluded his opening remarks, then we will deliberate and ask those questions for clarity. On page 6 to 69. So we will
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Just through you and the portfolio, the Standing Committee Secretariat, are we having a quorum in this meeting?
Yes. We are correcting, Chair.
Okay, then I think I'm going to hand over straight to the CEO and the staff. He has done outstanding work as recorded in the annual report, and I'm very proud because they also got a clean audit. I'm going to restrict my comments.
Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I will also limit my opening comments, but I just would like to start off by expressing our appreciation and thanks, firstly to the support of the Minister and the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. We are very fortunate that we have an engaged, interested and critically investment and minister, and we're working in a system that has very clear direction, very clear goals in terms of growth for jobs amongst others, but in the work that we do as well. So thank you very much also to the HOD, to Ms. van Skalkbeek, to Dr. Tofi, and the colleagues who also we work very closely with. I also just want to acknowledge and thank Wesgrove, Chair. You know, we're part of this broader ecosystem that we work in, and so we work with and rely on them for a lot of the investment support and facilitation. They drive connections and leads, and so we do work very closely with them. And also really a big thanks to the interim CEO of Freeport Saldanha, Mr. Tola Sitole, and his team at Freeport. We rely a lot on them. They've got a lot of experience in this space. They've been at it for a while, and particularly Mr. Sitole. So we are working closer and closer together, Chair, and I think that's a positive thing as well. So just thanks to them for that support and that working, collegial working in engagement, Chair. And then finally, just also thanks to my team, Chair. We have an outstanding team in the Atlantis SEZ. We really, I think, are blessed by a very committed and passionate team, many of whom are here today. The CFO, Ms. Wahida Saib, the executive for our integrated ecosystems, Mr. Salwin Willoughby, the executive for business, commercial services and also acting business development, Mr. Sander Vos, our company secretary, Frederlyn Brandt,
and also then our executive for sustainable sustainable infrastructure and zone operations, Ms. Joyce Madipa. Ms. Siyasanga Tatiana is our head of HR, and Mr. Michael Webster, who is driving our community engagement and integration. And also some members in the audience, Ms. Sadika Dango and you'll know what Jacobs and Zimkita.
That Honorable Stoffel need to attend is the area that she is, maybe to find a better coverage. Yeah. But honorable members, the report of Atlantis Special Economic Zone is before you for clarity seeking questions. Can I see hands? Honorable Bryant, Honorable Brenkes, in that order. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And firstly, thank you and congratulations to Mr. Cullen and his team for the work that's been undertaken. We have already undertaken a site visit and gone and seen some of the fantastic projects that you're working on. It is obviously very heartening, especially the connection with energy and renewables, which is going to play a key part in the future of not only our region, but also our country and the world as a whole. So it's good to see us at the cutting edge. I've just got one question. In terms of your report, Mr. Cullen, you mentioned in terms of challenges, the absence of readily available funding for top structures. And then further on, you said in terms of your 2030 strategy, you're going to be focusing on diversifying funding sources, private partnerships and donor support. Can you just expand on
sorry, Honorable Brenkes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I got a simple question for the Atlantis SEZ. What is your three top incentives for investors to come into the area? Thank you.
On page?
This is a general question.
General question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Constable, page.
Bryant, with regards on page 15 with regard, no, page 9. Page 9 with regard to the challenges. The chairperson mentioned the challenges as an SEZ. So second question is on page 12. You also mentioned capacity constraints. So how do you deal with it? How do you mitigate and deal with those constraints as an SEZ to make sure that the progress and the program that you started does not stand still and move forward in that regard? And my third question, Chair, is maybe to the department, but also to the entity. On page 15, and I know we had a presentation when we were in at the SEZ, but it states that the shareholders are the Western Cape government and the city of Cape Town. Just for clarity for myself, if we say the Western Cape and the City of Cape Town is the shareholders. What is it exactly that they are doing? Are they funding? How involved are they in the day-to-day programs? What is their role with regards to the specific things that is happening on site as shareholders of the SEZ?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, members, for those questions. I think you've touched on some very, very important points and areas that we're working on. If I can just start and then I will also refer to on the question around the challenges and from Mr. Foss and also on the strategy, we announced the process, so that's very encouraging. We have also these has been capacitated for funding, but that difficulty, I should say, seems to be resolving itself. We have recently been allocated an additional 400 million rand from the DTIC for 2 top structures, 2 factories, and we remain, I think, optimistic that we will see some further funding coming through for additional top structures. I can also say that through the work that Ms. Madipa has been doing with the EFI, with Mr. Foss, in terms of the budget facility for infrastructure, we recently got an email from Infrastructure South Africa saying that our request for support in terms of civil infrastructure funding the private sector property developers later this week, and we will be continuing to engage to see how we can draw in private sector financing and funding. There are some challenges, but we believe that they are manageable and we can overcome them. So at this stage, I think, Chair, we remain confident that we can certainly make progress. We still have a large funding need, but it's good progress, Chair. So we're feeling much happier today than we were at the point at this time last year. I don't know if Mr. Foss or Ms. Madipa.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to add, in terms of diversifying funding. So what we also did in the last financial year is we applied to Infrastructure South Africa for the SEZ to be included in infrastructure fund pipeline, but also most importantly with assistance in project preparation and support. So how that is going to help us is that they're going to help us to package projects so that we can look at other alternative funding models, which will then be key for this diversification of funding and finance beyond the fiscus.
Thank you. And then, Chair, to move on to the question of Member Brinkhuis in terms of our top 3 incentives, I think probably the biggest incentive we have at this stage, and it sort of touches also on Member Constable's questions around our top challenges. The biggest incentive that we have is the ability to fund the top structure. So when our investment committee
our board investment committee approves an investor, we are then able to submit a request to the DTIC for them to give us the funding to build that factory, just the shell, not the plant and equipment. And that remains then a very positive incentive because we can give them a competitive lease rate based on that funding. So that, I think, is the biggest one. I think the other incentive, as we know, the tax incentive is not there for the Atlantis SEZ and a bunch of other SEZs. That is something that is in focus, and we're hoping to continue tackling that in various ways. I don't know if you want to mention anything around that, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Chair. That right now, due to fiscal constraints, they're not going to be providing tax incentives to us at this stage, and they continue to monitor that. At this stage, the ACZ is continuing to lobby for it, and we are taking other steps, and hopefully we can keep the commitment of those programs.
So I think top structure, the other thing available at this stage, we can do a customs controlled area once the zone is up and running, and we are in the process of applying for that. That's also being managed at this stage. We have as a zone just include, our proximity to the port. We're well located. I think the location of Atlantis is actually something which is improving those northwards. So we're now very close to, and there's a saying that when a company commute, so the environments close to us that CEOs would choose to live in is important as far as an investment destination is concerned, and that's improving all the time. So good schools, good hospitals, good health, good commuting. Anything north of the N1, if you live north of the N1, then you would rather be commuting to Atlantis than anywhere else, actually, as at this stage. We know traffic is such a challenge. But at the same time, it's also very easy to get from Atlantis into the port at this stage. So it's those sorts of things that we play on quite heavily when we're positioning and marketing Atlantis. The fact we've got all the infrastructure in place, and so forth. So those are very important aspects. Another challenge I just want to mention is that now that we've come into an operational phase, the rates and taxes that we are now paying to the city of Cape Town have been a bit of a surprise in terms of the cost implications and impacts. Perhaps Mr. Fake just talk about and then I'm not sure. I think the question was on capacity constraints. I think that really touches on these constraints around budget and how we, as the operational costs, as we move into an operational phase, those costs come in. I don't know Ms. Saib, if you want to add anything about the challenges there and how we're managing those.
Yeah. So, thank you, Chair. Just to respond in relation to the capacity constraints, so like the CEOs mentioned, we're now moving into full operations, having cost by to sustain our finances going forward.
Thank you, Chair. So, in terms of the role, both from the city side as well as the province side as shareholders, there's various aspects. So that is entities. From a government perspective, we provide operational funding to the entity. At this stage, but we are a good return of investment from them just from a rates perspective. So it's a definitely it's a beneficial aspect for us. Yeah, and then of course we provide strategic support, which is like what Mr. Cullinan mentioned. Whether we engage with DTIC, whether it's with regards to investors, Atlantis for us, they're part of our investment ecosystem, similarly with Freeport Saldanha. So at the investment summit, for example, whatever work we're doing, we do it as a team. Every part of our entities plays a particular role. Thank you.
Honorable members, those are the answers from Atlantis SEZ. I do note hand of Honorable Stoffel. Are there additional hands? And as I've said earlier, that the second round, you will also be allowed to go to Part D. You can do a follow-up and obviously also go to Part D. So I see some hands. Honorable Stoffel, Honorable Constable, and Honorable Brinkhays. In that order. Honorable
Thank you, Chair.
Stoffel.
Chair, am I audible?
You are absolutely audible.
Okay, Chair, now you have to guide and assist me because I was a bit lost because of this connection problem. Pardon me, please, if I will be fast forward in terms of the pages and so forth, or the part that you have indicated we start. So mine is starting from page 90. I'm not sure whether I'm still in line with your questions then.
We can do questions for Part A, B, and D.
Okay, can you assist me, Chair, in terms of which part ends where? I'm sorry, Chair. I'm sorry.
So Part A and B, 7 to 95.
Oh my God. Chair, I'm not sure.
Is 115 to Honorable Stoffel. Part A and B is page 6 to 69.
Okay.
Part D is 84 to 87.
Okay. No. Then, Chair, mine is on. Then I go to page 55. Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, you can proceed, Honorable Stoffel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is pertaining the delays in tenant lease agreements and revenue generation. As we have read, the target for signed tenants lease agreement was not yet achieved. Target 2, actual 0, mainly due to delays in SEZ fund top structure funding. Rental income remains low, 424.135, and own revenue is only 4% of operational budget requirements. So the question is, with no new tenant lease agreement signed and low rental income, what is ASEZCO's strategy to escalate tenant uptake and improve financial sustainability? And then also on page 66, Chair, delays in infrastructure projects. What is being done to ensure infrastructure funding for zone 2 and 3, and how will ASEZCO ensure timely delivery on critical infrastructure? I pause now, Chair. Thanks.
Thank
Oh my
you,
gosh.
Honorable Stoffer. Over to honorable members, Brinkes and Constable.
Yeah, that is still available in the SEZ, and yes, how much land is still available for expansion there in the SEZ?
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you.
Brinkes. Honorable Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions for now from my side. On page 2040 strategy, just expand on that and give us more clarity. The One Cape 2040 strategy, page 24. And then on page 27, you mentioned relevant court rulings, and that court rulings will have a massive impact on what you're doing. If you can also expand and elaborate on that one, page 27. I'm working on the on my laptop, so I don't know if it's the same page.
I think the question is, those commitments that were made with regards to a Paris Declaration. I know that we're having investment summit coming up, and this question will obviously, for Freeport Saldanha will be applicable there as well. But I think key question is, have you managed to target, specific, call it green energy funders, to support the work that you are doing, and I've identified maybe even invited them to this particular summit. If so, you're able to, they are really key for economic development. So, because I think, in a way, those kind of investors will probably alleviate your cost structure as well in terms of supporting your work that you're doing. Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you once again for the questions. So I think the first question from Honourable Member Stoffel was the delays in tenant signings of rental income and as a percentage of total income, and what the strategy is around that. I'm going to ask Mr. Force just to kick off with that answer, and then we will embellish that if needs to be. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the question. Yeah, in the segments in the previous year, you took at the time for funding of the top structures, and
As you may be aware, some of the projects require a little bit of time. They go through environmentals, and that takes, on average, 6 to 12 months. And we're able to convert them. But I can give the committee confidence that we are dealing with quite a large pool of investors that we have on our pipeline. I think 13 for at least half of them are on private placements, and hopefully we can get positive traction in them. But just to add on that, we also have been trying to crowd in private investment funding for the land side of our business, and we can announce that deals are pending. And we are, at least in the short term, are going to be signing those loans. What we've observed is that most of the private sector participants, they require either ownership or very long-term leases for them to invest monies on the ground. And at least we have about in the excess of 400 million that will be invested in the short term, just to deal with the concerns around financial sustainability. We're quite confident that with a few leases and the recent approval of the TIC funding, we are going to turn around that position. However, we have been deriving a little bit of income from the side reservations side. Because we've got limited land, we asked our investors to reserve sites when they're conducting feasibilities and environmentals, and that has been quite some revenue stream that has been helping us in the short term. But the long term is looking very positive. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Dasani, maybe just while you're on just the amount of land still available, Honourable Member Brinkhace's question.
Yes, we have about 94 hectares of land in that land, especially we've now finished putting park infrastructure on 22 hectares of land. So that 22 hectares of land has been about 90% subscribed in terms of investors that are coming there. So the balance of land, I would think around 60 hectares is still available for consideration by investors. And I think in the last discussions we had with the City of Cape Town, there are positive discussions at the land. We fully exhaust the spaces available. Thanks.
Thank you. I jump on 2 and 3. Ms. Madiba.
Okay. This funding is also part of the challenges that we've alluded to earlier. So in terms of applications for funding, we had been targeting the DTIC under the that there were some fiscal constraints. We are also targeting the budget facility for infrastructure, and hence the application to the Infrastructure South Africa. So with the help of Infrastructure South Africa, like I said earlier, we will be pursuing the budget facility for infrastructure as well, funding for Zone 2 and 3 civil infrastructure.
Thank you. Then I think we answered Honourable Member Brinkhace's question about land available, and then on to Honourable Member Constable's question about One Cape 2040. Perhaps other members could, I don't know, from the department embellish, but my understanding of One Cape 2040 is that it's really a commitment between all sectors of society to work together around a vision for the Western Cape. So it's not a statutory plan. It's not a plan of government per se, but rather a plan to put together a project. I don't know if there's anyone. I hope
the CEO through me.
Sorry, Chair. Apologies. Thank you. Any
Honorable members, our time is up. If there are further follow-up questions after dealing with Freeport Saldanha, if we've got enough time, we can still, interrogate Atlanta's ACs. So with that, I would like to really say thank you, Mr. Cullinan and your team for the work that you are doing. I must be honest, it is really a fantastic work. We really appreciate all the efforts. We know it was not easy when we visited you, but the reports I started getting in recent time has been really very, very positive. And all the best. You have got the committee's support. What members we haven't really heard from the three, two entities and department, pleading with us for more money. So, which means they are doing very well. So we don't have any reason to go to Treasury and ask for more money for them. So they're doing very well and really well done and congratulations. I'm not going to really ask you members to say thank you. I've done the thank you. You don't need to worry. So we give you 2 minutes to vacate and allow Freeport Saldanha to be roasted a bit, and then they will be the one to end our session. Thank you. Why am I not getting? Honorable members, in terms of time, we are now at 1 o'clock. If they decide, or if you decide to spend only 30 minutes, we'll have enough time to look at the resolution. But I'll leave it over to you. Uh, 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 to decide as to how we're gonna really be pushing this one. They say the first is quite excited
meetings with Freeport Saldanha to look at some of the issues that was discussed before, and I know you had an oversight, so there's a regular, and the HOD is here. So there's regular, and I'm very happy for the latest progress. I've met with them last Tuesday. Where they gave me a quarterly report. And
over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, and thanks to the Minister, the HOD, other colleagues in the department, as well as my team. Chair, just by way of introduction, I am supported by Mr. Herman Vaneskans, who's our CFO, Conrad Joseph, who's looking after marketing and communications and stakeholder management, as well as Tembeka Sikobese, who looks after our human resources. By way of introduction, I just want to make a couple points to be specific. One is to do with what the focus of the 24-25 financial year was about for the institution. And then a few comments for the institution as a way of context. So the 24-25 financial year was a difficult year for the institution. It was about implementing a recovery plan that was born out of a deep dive session between the shareholder department, the minister, the department, and the board of Report Saldanha to find a solution that's a permanent solution to the intractable issues that the entity found itself in. It's based on 4 pillars to be exact. One is governance and stability in the institution, which is make sure that the board positions are filled, that the organization is operating stably, and I can with this board is operating effectively, providing this suitable oversight and guidance in the execution of the strategy and the implementation of the recovery plan. The second part, all of this is extremely important. Investments overcome the inability of the special economic zone to locate and on the ground. Nothing else that I'm going to talk about today will happen. You know, the jobs will come from there, the financial sustainability will come from there, the impact in the community will come from there. So it is the single most important thing that we have to do, getting the investors on the ground, and that requires us to be very focused on accelerating the development of projects that are on the ground through the development cycle, including securing investment facilitation, securing, you know, all the approvals necessary to advance those projects, working closely with the investors that we talk about. In respect of investments as well, the most important thing is to find each other with Transnet, with TNPA, in respect of the new ways of working and securing access to the port that will allow for the special economic zone to be viable, because, you know, it's what makes it viable. It's a unique proposition. So that's the second pillar. The third pillar is building an agile institution, one that is a high performance organization. It's people, it's culture. That is the single most important thing. There's another crucially important thing. And lastly, it's to do with long-term financial sustainability of an institution. To build an SEZ is a multi-decade game. But if you don't start in decade 1, you know, you can't solve it, you know. So you have to start in year 1, in fact, not decade 1. To put in place the elements that are required in order for you to achieve that. And that's through, you know, efficient operations, you know, better cost, managing your costs, increasing your revenues, finding alternative means of securing leverage from other people's capital that are like-minded to achieve your objectives. So that is what we will find in the annual report, was where the green shoots from, you know, because it was the recovery plan was half of the year, perhaps, even a little less. Where we're going forward is also to, I don't mean it negatively, but we need to manage expectations. We need to say this is what we can do so that we don't create with multiple stakeholders, including this house, expectations that we can't fulfill. And then we disappoint people again. So we can do in the next 10 years. In the next is to get rely on anyone else to develop it to a fully fledged, fully led SEZ. That's the first important thing. And in the next 2 years, because we are close to finding each other with TNPA, is to focus on all the planning that's required for us to secure the investments that will be unlocked by the Southern Precinct. And that is because it's not like we're short of the investments. It's not happening because we don't have a commercial arrangement with TNPA at the moment. But the investors are there, and they're high impact investors. And then there's lots of other planning for common user infrastructure. So that's what realistically can be done in the next 2 years. And beyond that, for another 3 years further, you start making sure that it's fully led, that you actually implement the integrated port infrastructure, and that because there's a demand for land. It's 365 hectares. It needs to grow. There's land available, and there's ways in which it can expand. But first, make what you have work. So that's the year to 2029, so to speak. You will already be seeing impact, but fundamentally, you're showing the ultimate success of the SEZ. Beyond that, you start getting all of this planning's work to realize. We spoke about green hydrogen. We are superbly located as Saldanha for the people. Whatever you do with the electrons from anywhere else, it's an immense opportunity for us, for that purpose. So, Chair, what the future looks like. And I'll
take questions. Honorable Constable, Honorable Bryant, Honorable Bringes. It looks like they don't want to do this meeting within 30 minutes. So, Honorable Constable and Bryant, in that order. Stoffel, no hand. Okay.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I was just worried. You allowed the CEO to talk about everything, so we don't have questions to ask.
The minister said they're doing very well, so he doesn't need.
But let me ask the questions. Whether he answered it already, but let me ask. Chair, let me start with a question that I also asked Atlantis. There was no time for them to answer it.
Yeah.
On page 25, Saldanha is also talking about the relevant court rulings that will have an impact on the operations of what they are doing. What is that rulings? What is that court rulings? And how do you how will you deal with that rulings? Make us understand what it is, so that we know we get improve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thanks for the information provided by the CEO. I just want to find out, you've said the board is operating effectively. I'm just trying to work out, is there a reason that the chairperson's not here? That's the first question. Secondly, and I mean, I'm going to be quite frank and open here. One of the things that was identified during our site visit is exactly what you've mentioned, which is a lack of proactive steps taken to encourage increased investment. And we all know that the Saldanha SEZ has been in place for over 10 years. And I think, you know, part of our job here in oversight is evaluating the overall performance, not just now, but over a period of time. And I really think it's at a stage now where there's been a lot of internal focus, definitely, on getting your own structures and systems in place. And that appears to be the key achievement of 2024-25 is an internal focus. But I think what we're really looking for now, going forward, is seeing a lot more tangible results in terms of increased investment in that area. So I suppose my question is, this time next year, when we're doing the annual report for 25-26, are we going to see tangible, measurable outcomes in terms of proactive steps that have been taken? Or are we still going to be looking at a more internal focus? I know you don't want to overpromise, as you've mentioned, but can you give us a little bit of something in anticipation of what we can expect? I'm sure there are some plans up your sleeve. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bryant. Over to you, Honourable Rinkes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Saldanha Port. In the last couple of months, I've done a lot of oversight with the committee. So my question basically is around the steel manufacturing industry. I just wanted to update on what's happening. There's a lot of concerns. Investors are leaving our country, our province, in the steel manufacturing industry. I hear from the factories here in Cape Town that most of the steel that they are working with, they have to import it. So,
Honourable Stoffel, over to you. Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, can you hear me?
I can hear you very clear.
All right. Chair, since I have a problem of sound, I will just give my observation and then we can follow with questions, if allowed, Chair.
No, it's allowed, Honourable Stoffel. Sorry for your situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, the Freeport Saldanha at a pivotal moment for the entity and the region. The report reflects both progress and persistent challenges. Now, when I talk about challenges, I'm referring what Member Dave Brandt have indicated. Whilst there have been advances in infrastructure development, investment, facilitation, and the pursuit of green hydrogen opportunities, the entity continues to face significant hurdles. These include recurring financial deficit, high vacancy rates, delays in project implementation, and ongoing reliance on government funding. The underachievement of key performances indicators and the slow uptake of tenants highly the needs for renewed focus on delivery and accountability. So I stop there, Chair. I think it addresses all my questions within the entity. Thank you, Chair.
So that was your first and your last round of questions.
If time allows us, Chair, I can go in. If time allows us.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Honorable Stoffel. My colleagues asked on governance. I note that the Chief Executive Officer is electing. When will this position be filled completely? The other question really relates to TNPA, the issues there. Um, when are we really this has been a problem, and as a committee I do think that we did write a letter to TNPA. I can't recall if they have responded to asking about the very same issue. If you can really address that, we'll appreciate. Thank you. Over to you, Minister.
Yes, thank you very much to Honourable Member Dave Bryan, as well as to Honourable Member Stoffels, which is in the House, so that I can see her and hear her more clearly. But I appreciate that she is present in this meeting. I think Honourable Member Stoffels and Honourable Member Bryan asked basically the same question. But they asked the question last year, in other words, the year under review, certain matters warrant attention. And he is now sitting here before us in the new financial year. And he has asked the CEO, what is it that you can tell us? Give us a foresight into the future, multiple years, and I think the CEO is able to answer that question. I have received that report last Tuesday, which is much more promisable, and he will certainly respond to it. But I want to thank the Standing Committee for the oversight, so that you can also get an insight into what it is. And your questioning also help us to deepen our governance interventions, and there were some governance interventions, and he will certainly give us a responding to what is currently happening, so that the matters that you raised, that I have raised, that government have raised, have received subsequent attention. And if you sit here next year, I think you will hear a good story. But you can't wait for next year. You're a politician. You want to know what is happening now, and we are happy to respond to that.
What do you, CEO?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. I'm going to just try and remember in sequence. If I miss anything, please guide me, Chair. Honourable Constable spoke up about the court ruling, which appears on court rulings paragraph, which appears on page number 25. I can confirm that there are no court rulings that can affect the business at the moment, and as is reflected on the paragraph. So there would be nothing for us to report as potential applicable court rulings. In respect of the recovery plan and its implementation, and whether what has been secured in the form of improved governance, we can't regress. I mean, hope is not a strategy, but we're seeing it in practice. And I will speak to Member Bryan's question about the chairperson not being here. But first of all, you first have to get the warm bodies in the roles. And one of the reasons when you reflect on 24-25, we're here is because there were just no warm bodies in the roles. The next thing you need to do is to make sure that the committees are in place, that the committees are meeting, and that the issues that are pertinent are being dealt with, and that the plans, the recovery plan, the sustainability of the institution is being given attention. So I can assure you that as we speak, we feel that all of those things are in place. We will reflect on the fact that we received once again a clean audit, and that the comments on the. If I go to Member Brian's question, I neglected to mention in my opening remarks that the chairperson had apologized. We did express, she apologized immediately that some other demanding issue that she had to attend to today when this meeting was announced. So she has apologized. The minister will bear with me that she has been here when we're having meetings with the minister or when we're engaging with other investors. So it's unusual for her not to be available for a sitting such as this one. So that would be on the chairperson. The second point is what I was trying to illustrate earlier. So, and this is why I didn't want to say this is less important than that, but fundamentally, what our blinding focus is on at the moment is on operational investors. Again, governance is the minimum, and you can't bring investors if you don't have those governance issues in place. They will not come. The minister made this point in his opening remarks. But what we are singularly focused on now is to get the investment pipeline to convert, for the investors to be in place. I can report, which is now post this report, that there were 5 factories that were lying empty when the committee was there. All of those factories, bar one, have now signed leases. And when you visit next, Member Brian, we'll be able to show you operation, and that builds confidence. It actually, attracts more investors. So activity is starting to happen there. We're also very certain that within the next 6 to 12 months, there will be further large-scale, high-impact projects that will actually break ground. And hopefully, when that happens, you'll also be able to visit with us. So those are the tangible results that we'll be able to report in the course of the next round of annual report tabling. Honorable Frank said talked about the steel industry and the steel manufacturing. It is a protected issue. It is long to ArcelorMittal as such. Our ability to produce steel at competitive prices locally has been severely hammered by a number of reasons. So it is true that steel fabricators can import steel at much cheaper prices than they can get here locally. So it does Freeport Saldanha come in to make the steel industry. Well, first of all, you have to reopen the Saldanha plant, and you have to reopen it in a way that is commercially sustainable in the long term and high impact. And the IDC and other stakeholders are working on making that happen. But a most immediate opportunity linked to our strategy has to do with the green DRI, direct reduced iron production project, and that is convertible and realizable in the short term. That makes the price that the market will buy the steel higher because it's green, or the DRI is green, and then there'll be demand for it. So you'll see an improved, if you can isolate Saldanha Steel and have new shareholders there, or a combination of new shareholders, it will uplift economic activity in the area around Saldanha Steel, and ultimately the entire complex will be resuscitated. I think there was a comment from, it was more a comment from Honorable Stoffel around the challenges still remain, although there's some progress. We acknowledge that, Chair. We acknowledge that. It's still, there's still some work to do, but there are some green shoots. And lastly, the chairperson, I would defer to the HOD about the acting CEO, but wait, through you, sorry, but I can't answer that question. But I can answer the question about TNPA. We've received tremendous support, not just from this House, but also from the Minister, the HOD, our chairperson, and a variety of people have engaged with TNPA to the point where the minister wrote to Minister Creasy, wrote to the chairperson of the board of Transnet. Yeah, so essentially, we've done all we could as a province to get TNPA to move. Again, I will defer to the minister if he wants to express anything further on that. But it's moving too slowly. We were expecting a decision from their exco last week, and that exco is deferred. As we sit here, we're still trying to figure out when is the next time that will be closed. Perhaps the department and the minister can comment on that too. Thanks.
With your permission, thank you, Chair. They have met on the 23rd of October, which was last week. We were very excited that a real outcome will come, but I did indicate to the CEO last week when I met with him that if they don't take a decisive decision, I am writing a letter. That letter will go this week to the minister and to the chairman of Transnet because the delays are too long. The CEO is on record at the recent events. He said, whatever we promise, we will deliver at Transnet, and you yourself were present at that event at the Cape Town Port terminal. So I will now write that letter because I think my patience is running out. Because if we want to see real success at the free port Sultana, we need faster with
HOD, I think they passed the ball to your side.
Obviously, in terms of corporate governance, I can't really say anything about the issue of acting CEO, except to say that Paula is actually an interim as opposed to an acting. So he is a CEO, he's not acting in any other role, but in the Freeport. But it's obviously a collaboration that we have with IDC. And we do hope that we are able to confirm a longer term in going forward. But it's a decision that the board needs to make. And of course, the department isn't directly represented on the board, but we are certainly enthusiastic because I think there's been quite a transition of staff, and particularly the senior executive staff members within the Freeport. It's important where we are that the leadership are incredibly passionate. They're working really hard to make sure that the Freeport is a success and fulfills all its potential. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the answer. Sharp and to the point. Honorable members, we are left with 60 minutes to end this meeting. Technically, our meeting with the entity is over. So we left with only 1 minute. Can you do that question within 30 seconds? And I'll give the entity 30 seconds. And then
we're currently using that facility. Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. It constitutes a part of what we call the development programs. We've actually it is being responded to the committee with numbers in respect of how many people have used it. So I don't have the detail in front of me now. I'd have to open my laptop, but it is being utilized.
Honorable members, we have come to the end of our meeting. I had a few questions but I'm going to make them into remarks because I respect time, like Minister said. Funding, or what do you call it? What do they call them? The BFI?
BFI.
Yeah. So we had a meeting with them some times back, and their indications is that they have got the money, but they don't have the projects. And I think this message goes not only to Freeport, Saldanha, to Atlantis, and to Westgrove, is that that's the message that we got when we were engaging the infrastructure, the BFI, that they are having the money, but there are no projects, no fundable projects. So what I'm trying to say is that maybe you need to look at your capacity in terms of really looking at those particular projects. I think they do quite a lot here in the Western Cape, but they are struggling to get projects from other parts of the country. I'm just making that as a remark. You can, they on record stating it, that they definitely would want to support infrastructure development in the whole of the country, but they are really struggling finding fundable projects. So, which means the people packaging the projects must obviously, be beefed up a little bit. With that said, really honorable, the whole almost how much, 5 hours, almost the whole day, and he's still going to be with the SCOPA next. And really thank you, Minister, and thank you. Uh, um, CEO and your team for really answering all our questions. And we look forward to taking the book and use 10 minutes.
Now, I just want to thank the committee for carefully listening to the remarks of the CEO in particular, given your previous concerns. And your last remark about the BFI, this is a matter that also the CEO of Atlantis has discussed earlier and with me, and there are some positive developments in the BFI field. There's a lot of work that still needs to happen, but at least the groundwork has been done.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to present the report and all the insight.
Thank you, honorable members. We are now done with this part of the deliberations. So the Minister and your entity, you are welcome back here. I do not know what time it is. SCOPA is going to sit. I think it's 2 o'clock. Am I correct? SCOPA is going to also be interrogating you on the sections that we did not go through. But with that said, there is lunch in the members' lounge. Go please enjoy your lunch. We will remain behind members to go through our resolutions. We will probably be writing lots of letters and recommendations, but we will not really be telling you what to do, but we will just be recommending some of the things that you can really consider in doing, really, and we might be asking you to provide more information as well. So please bear with us. Thank you very much for really tolerating us this morning. Cheers. We see you in the members' lounge. Thank you. Honorable members, it's our opportunity now to look at the resolutions going forward. We had the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, the three entities, Westgrow, Atlantis Economic Development Zone, Freeport Saldanha Independent Development Entity. Over to you, members. Shireen just indicated that you can just speak. She will obviously what do you say? She will transcribe everything. I see a hand of Honorable Brinkhays and Honorable Bright in that order.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to, in terms of resolutions, express my gratitude and thanks for the upcoming visit that we are going to do to the Philippines cultural area. It was one of the resolutions that I...
Honorable Brinkhays, you are out of order. That is agriculture.
So again, yes, let me express my thanks and appreciation, and really looking forward to that. And I'm sure it will be very informative and educative, you know, for us as a committee to go to that area. It is the breadbasket of Cape Town, you know. Not that I'm going to...
You're out of order. Not sustained.
Thank you very much.
But on a serious note, yeah, we will be going to Philippi to do an oversight, as we have made a resolution in the agriculture. But I mean, agriculture and economic development, they go hand in hand. So you said nothing wrong, honorable member.
Chair, I think mine is just, I think one of the things that we've established from the meetings today is that we've had fantastic initial oversight visits that you have set up, and we attended the Saldanha and the Atlantis. But I think it's going to be very important for us to because we can track of progress in terms of those projects and see them firsthand. So that would be my recommendation. And I think apart from that, the others speak for themselves. I think we've been from the department, a lot of really good work being undertaken there. And I think it's a real blessing that we're able to all now attend this investment summit. And we can actually really interact with this in real time. So that's it from my side. But thank you, Chair, for chairing a good meeting as well.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Constable.
Chair, there was a question from my side to Westgrow, and he said they can provide information with regard to the edu something with the school stuff. If they can provide that report to us, and then the report on the SMME. I don't know if the booster something in Saldanha Bay. If they can also give that report at Saldanha, the utilization of the SMME placed in Saldanha Bay.
I think we do have the report. We will definitely forward it.
Right.
Yeah. No,
Thanks.
really, thank you, honorable members. I see Honorable Stoffel. Hand is also up. Honorable Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I still audible, Chair?
Yes, you are audible.
Chair, mine is only on the irregular expenditure. Chair, as you know, the AG is the one who can declare an irregular expenditure. And I've
Honorable Stoffel.
Yes.
Just a second. Sorry for interruption. We are still going to interrogate the scoper. So those matters fall under scoper. So,
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
the next meeting,
Okay.
yeah.
The other one, Chair, is the issue of Saldanha. Chair, whether we like it or not, there is very little progress in terms of his Saldanha. And there's a lot of questions that we wanted to ask them that they have to clarify to us. But in a nutshell, looking into the report in the book, there is a lot of shortcomings, Chair. I think at some stage, maybe we should then take a resolution why we can say at a certain time we need a feedback around from that entity to come and give us a progress report in the issues that we have mentioned, because there is serious issues that we mentioned here in that department that was there even before, and there's no really actually progress within. Yes, there is good work that they are doing, but still, Chair, in comparison with other entities, that entity there is slight problem. I don't know how other members is feeling about that, but this is what I have picked up. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stoffel. I think the resolution in that regard is that we will next year conduct a visit. As Honorable Bryant has made a suggestion on that resolution, I think we do agree that there are some issues, but maybe, you know, a follow-up oversight visit the committee will have to consider. So from my side, colleagues, is that I do note that there are congratulatory remarks for Westgro and DTAD. If that is okay with honorable members, we can just note that in our minutes. Is that okay? Okay. So that is it for the day. Really, thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Nomfundo. Thank you, Shireen, for all the work and the support behind the scene. It's not an easy one to prepare for 3 entities and 1 department. It takes a lot of effort, but really thank you very much. And thank you, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned. And we can. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Wessel and Stoffel online and Siraj. Thank you for your support.